15 men on a dead man's chest. Yo, ho, ho, and a bottle of rum. Rick and the devil have done with the rest. Yo, ho, ho, and a bottle of rum. The mate was fixed by a bosun's pipe. The bosun praised with the marlin.
Welcome back, folks. This is Comiholics, episode 21.
58? 72? 39?
No, this is...
I don't know.
21.
Is it really?
21.
Is that legit?
That is legit.
Has that been verified?
Yes. I went through the catalog.
Did we talk to the accountants?
All 3 pages of our catalog.
All 3?
Yes, we have 3 pages.
Wow.
Yeah.
3 pages. I don't even know what that means. What do you mean
Like,
3 pages?
You know, when you look on the website...
Oh, I see. We have 3 pages on our website.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you go to popculturenetwork.com...
That's right.
And look at the Comiholics page, or Comiholics.com.
Or the app. You can find us fast.
Oh, that's right. We have the Android app that I seriously need to
going?
update because it's not working.
Not working?
I don't know.
Sort of works.
It kind of works. It's one of those things where it's like... It seems like it works, and then you tell it to publish, and it goes out to phones, and then you pull it up on your phone, and it doesn't work. It kind of works. Like
my one complaint is about our show. You can go on there, but you can't click our show. It'll show our show.
Uh-huh.
But there's no box to click to start the show.
Well, all right then. That's something we're going to have to fix.
My technical error complaint.
So don't look for the Pop Culture Network.
But anyways,
app
what's exciting about this show is this is our 21st episode. The show is called Comiholics. We drink beer and talk about comic books. We're now 21.
Yay.
Oh, so we're legal in the United States.
Yes, we are legal.
Of course, if you live in, like, France, you've been drinking for 20 years already.
All 5,000 of the French that listen...
They're all drunk.
Yeah, they listen to our show.
The Irish,
yeah,
the British...
Oh, we're just going to call them
the
all
Scottish, the French... Not the Spanish, though. They just have sex when they're 5, but they're not drinking yet. Who else can I alienate? The Germans, they're all drunk.
Yeah.
We know that. Yeah, I guess I'll do it. Any ethnic groups or nationalities you would like to?
I'd like to bash. And
you would like to turn into mortal enemies for life?
No, that's all right. We've already made enough mortal enemies. So, yeah. So here we are.
So I'm eating.
And I'm the Apocalypse. Welcome.
I'm Dirt. I'm eating peanuts.
And we got DJ House back in the house.
Well, you haven't been here in like 10 episodes or
I
something
know,
like that.
it's been a while. It's been longer than that. And thanks for having me, guys.
We did it at your house one time.
Yeah.
That's right.
Let me rephrase that. We recorded an episode at your house one time. We did it in the garage. But
no, we did it in the garage at my house.
I forget how that works. All right, so anyway. No, I'm not saying we recorded the show. I'm saying we did it. In the garage. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, your garage, true. Yeah. And then in your living room.
The secret's out. It's the whole Bert and Ernie syndrome. You know, it's the cat's out of the bag.
So anyway, twigs and berries.
Franks and beans.
We haven't done a Comiholics since C2E2 yet, have we?
No. So that was another thing I was going to ask you. Are we going to talk about C2E2?
Well, I mean, there's some stuff to talk about from C2E2. Okay, well, I went to the Comixology panel. We listened to David whatever his name is. And the president and CEO of Comixology was there. And it was actually on Comixology. That's my can. Don't drink that.
Okay.
Comixology. It was on this episode, or this show, I think episode 6 or 7, wherever we were at Crow's Mill Pub, Old Crow's.
Oh, I forgot about that. We actually filmed in a bar.
When we did that episode, I told the story about how I was able to go on Comixology and download Justice League #1 early,
right?
When that book launched, and I actually sent them an error report saying, "Hey, I was able to buy this. I don't think that was right. You know, whatever."
And they hooked you up, didn't they?
And he was totally like, "Because of you, we figured it out. You were the one who told us. So pick out a bunch of books." And so that's why I read Spider Island, basically. But I got to meet him there at the con, and I walked up to him afterwards, you know, I handed him my card, and I said, you know, I'm the guy who emailed you about downloading Justice League. And he goes, oh, yeah, and he's like, you know, and that book, Justice League 1, actually got leaked early. I bought it Monday, I want to say it was like 12:30, 1 o'clock, somewhere around there. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday, the book actually got pirated and got leaked out. And I said, I was surprised to find out that leaked copy wasn't the Comixology, and he says, yeah, that's the first thing. Like, we freaked out in our office because that book, hit the piracy sites 2 days early. And of course, since I had just sent in the error ticket saying I'd been able to buy it,
they had not actually released it, so they thought it was a leak in their office.
So the book didn't come out till Wednesday. I bought it on Monday, later Monday afternoon. It got pirated, and so I was like, I thought for sure it came from Comixology, and he said that's the first thing we thought, but we checked, and the pirated copy was actually from print. Someone got a hold of the printed book early, scanned it in the computer.
How did they figure that out?
Because there were subtle changes made to the word balloons. And the digital files had not been updated because the book wasn't released yet. They didn't release the updates until like Wednesday morning. It went on sale. So the digital copy that I had gotten on Monday had word balloons placed a little differently. So like the breaks in between, the guy would say 4 lines.
So the pages wouldn't match up.
So he would say 4 lines, and like 2 were in this word balloon and 2 were in this word balloon, and then when it came out in print, all 4 were in one word balloon.
Right.
Small things like that. And that's how they could tell it came from the print copy and not the digital copy. And so I said, I'm just kind of curious how many people actually were able to download it early, worldwide. And he said 3. 3 of us. In the whole world.
Be like, what me?
I was like, woo! 3 of us. So only 3 people in the whole world figured out that you could get in there early and get a copy of it, and I happened to be one of them. And so,
what was the error overall of like how it got out?
Well, you could buy.
Okay, Comixology has 2 different websites. They have their comics.comixology.com, which is their digital comic store, and that's where you can go and you can buy them. And you can read them on your phone, your Kindle. You can read them on your computer, whatever. Then they have a second website called Pull List, and Pull List tells you all the books that are coming out that week, and you can go and look at the books, and you can like make a list of the books you want. So then on Wednesday, you can print out a copy and take it to the comic book store.
So he selected Justice League and said, buy now.
Gotcha.
And so one of the things they started doing is when they were selling digital copies is they put a button that said, buy a copy of this book. And you would click on it, and then it would open the link on the comics.comixology.com site where you could actually buy it. Well, what they had done is they had made the book live on comics.comixology.com, but they didn't link it from the front page, so you couldn't find it. You didn't know it was there. There was no way to get to it. Except I went to the Pull List site and saw the button that said buy it, and I was like, oh, I wonder if it clicked. There it is. Put in basket, pay. I've got the book 2 days early. Okay, there it is. And so that's what it was. So that was something they had never even thought about the whole time they were developing things, is the crossover between the 2 websites. Right. So that was kind of a fun little story. Only 3 people in the whole world did that, and the pirated copy did not come from any of us.
Digital.
Yeah. Good. So that was kind of a fun little story. It came out of C2E2. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there were any other. I don't know. Were there any other interactions we had with any comic book people or anything? Was there anything else that happened while we were at a whole comic book convention? Did we talk to anybody else?
No, it looked like you guys had some pretty cool shots of some people in costume and everything. I was watching not only Google Plus but also Facebook, and saw some stormtroopers, and looked like you guys had a good time.
It was a lot of fun.
Saw the bars afterwards too, and
yeah, there was an after party Friday night.
Oh man, Nerd City.
Oh, we got wasted.
Which, by the way, I'm going to contact Ben Spencer from Nerd City sometime this week. We're going to sit down and try to do some kind of interview or podcast with him, talking about, because he sculpts his own toys, molds them, sells them. Wow. His own toy lines of stuff. So we're going to try to work out something with him, talking about doing all that kind of stuff. And then he's more connected into, the art community, friends who are animators, friends who works on comics, and we're going to try to get into some of that
their
stuff.
Panel, which is always utterly ridiculous. I mean, they're drinking scotch up there at the panel, or cheap beer. I mean, they're already wasted, and it's like noon. I mean, they're partiers, but, they're a lot of fun.
No, they start at noon. Their panel's at 6 o'clock.
Right,
in the evening.
Okay, yeah.
They sit at their booth and drink all day.
No, but they're a group of great guys, and their mission statement is basically to promote and encourage art, whether it's making toys, paint on canvas, music, comic books, music, whatever. And they kind of pull all their resources as kind of like a group or a clan to help people succeed. I've seen bits and pieces of stuff like that tried here in Springfield,
Well, and Nerd City actually put out a comic book a couple years ago. Or
Did they?
maybe it was just last summer. It was called Colt Noble and the Overlords of the Universe or something like that. And basically it was their take on He-Man. And it was basically this nerdy guy from Earth goes to like this alien planet, gets like sucked through some vortex, whatever, and he finds this sword, and when he holds it up, he gets struck by lightning and turns into like this big buff dude. And of course there's a chick who's like the Tila type chick, and he accidentally spies on her taking a bath in the river.
This sounds more like from Heavy Metal.
And
with the green orb and the Lochnar.
But it was really
My
funny.
Lochnar.
It was really funny. It was a good book, and it was one of those things that I was kind of hoping. It was just a one shot. I was kind of hoping they'd develop it into more issues, but they were like, nah, it's kind of the story that we wanted to tell, and it's done.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, milk it. And they're like, no. So
I want variant covers. Variants!
but at least there is a connection to comics with Nerd City there, because they did put out a comic through Image. And it was through Image, so it actually counts, Anything else?
Huh. Well, God, we talked about like how I was going to like kind of segue into this. Let's just say I had a discussion with a creator, writer, artist, about some criticisms about
our show,
about a review we did. So without actually talking about these,
I don't want to name the person or the book.
What
or
I'd like
like
to
that,
do is what I talked about earlier today. Is I just want to kind of reiterate like our mission statement as far as what we are as critics, and kind of like our perspective on what we feel a critic should be and what value we have in this whole community of art and writers and artists. And basically I'd like to say that this person had some criticism because the person felt that I was referring to another creator, artist, writer in a sexist manner, and it was a joke.
Okay, well,
it was a joke, and I do apologize.
Well, okay, but let's make one thing clear. All right, we don't want to get into specifics. We're not here to call anybody out. We're not going to start any feuds, anything like that. But let's just say someone was promoting their book she was wearing a provocative outfit to get some attention, to get some eyeballs, to get people looking, and you commented about how the outfit appeared. Right. All right, and that's true. Right. I mean, that's exactly why she was wearing the outfit, and that's how it looked. So, what you said was not necessarily unfair. It was not untrue. But it does kind of show that you have to be careful sometimes separating the individual from the creative work.
I took some positive out of it, actually. Because you know what? It kind of... Actually, this happened like in the middle of C2E2 for me. So
yeah, you were...
And I was kind of reflecting on it like the rest of the day. Like, it weighed on me.
That was
it almost like totally,
a huge boulder on your back for the rest of the day.
It almost like totally bummed me out. But then I started to think about it in retrospect, and I realized that actually what this was telling me, it made me reconsider my methods and my approach to being a critic. Now, don't get me wrong.
It stinks.
Don't get me wrong. One thing that I do value is that I will not take back anything I said, right or wrong. I will not take it back. It would be like asking an artist, like that you looked at an artist's canvas and said, "Oh, you know what? I don't really like the look of that painting.
It needs more blue."
Yeah, I think you need to add more blue or take away some black.
Right.
And I know, there would be a lot of people that say, "Oh, what? A critic? That's no comparison to a writer or an artist." But I feel that we do have value in this community, and I guess my point is that we do this, we love it, but the show is called Comiholics.
We get drunk. And we talk about comics.
Now, we tried very hard not to use profanity or say things that are too far off subject or offensive, but banter and jokes do happen, and like I looked at the writer that I criticized the book right in the eye, and I said I do not take back what I said.
Well, yeah, but
I stand behind that.
The criticism of the book he felt was too harsh.
No, actually, I'll give him this. this person was more concerned about the sexist, quote unquote sexist comment than the actual content of us.
Well,
the review of the book.
Although he didn't care for the review either.
No, but that wasn't the main topic of discussion.
But I mean, okay, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, one, is I stand by all the comments that we made about the work, and I still think that those comments are valid, and anybody who is going to look at anything objectively and fair is going to agree with those comments. We even said there's a market for this book. Right. There are people who are going to enjoy this book. It's just not us. Yeah. Yes, exactly. But the other thing, this is what I took as the big positive out of it, is he said to you, you have to understand this is not just you sitting in your basement talking about books. There are people paying attention to this.
Right.
And when a creator working professionally says there are people paying attention to this because he heard about it from someone who heard about it, from someone who heard about it, from someone who listened to the show, that means people are listening to our show and talking about it, and that means we win. Yeah. You know, I mean, there you go. I'm number one, baby, and don't you forget it.
Yeah. So does that mean I'm number two?
You're always going to be number two.
Oh, thanks. But I don't want to take away from the fact that the conversation I did have with the writer was very, I felt very professional, and it didn't get stupid or anything.
We did leave him a Comiholics award.
Right.
The next day.
I don't know if he ever got that award.
I don't know if he got his Comiholics trophy or not.
We had these little Comiholics trophies that we were going to pass out, and they were like these plastic gold trophies.
They look like golden beer mugs on a pedestal. Little sticker that says Comiholics, PopCultureNetwork.com. And we left one on the shelf right next to the book as like it won an award at a show or something.
But most importantly, I do thank this writer for his criticism. I said that at the moment.
I mean, feedback feedback is always good because it proves that someone's paying attention.
How would you know what the people think?
Well, here, I'll put it this way. When I was working in professional wrestling as a manager, you know, my parents would occasionally come to the shows, and they go, well, you know, you're a bad guy, and we don't want to boo, so, you know, we'll just sit there quietly. And I said, no, I'm a bad guy. I want you to boo.
Right.
Like that to me, cheers to a bad guy are boos.
Right.
When a bad guy comes out and people clap for him, you're a mark. You're the guy who's supposedly so smart that you figured it out.
Right.
We like the people who boo. One of the first shows I ever did, I'm climbing up on the ring, and Rip Mystic, the wrestler, bounces off the ropes on the other side, flies at me, does a drop kick, hits me right in the face. I fly back, I hit the barricades, and I pretend to be knocked out. And while I'm laying there on the ground, some guy with half a beer goes, "That's what you get, fatty!" And he throws it on me. And I'm thinking, that guy just poured $5 worth of beer on me.
And that was like the highlight.
Like, that's a win. He just wasted $5 to show how much he hates me. That's a win. Mm-hmm. Like, I win, you know? So, as far as I'm concerned, when people criticize, it just proves that they're listening and they're paying attention. So, I'm happy for it.
Yeah, you know, I think for the most part, we have stuck to our criteria of, you know, making sure that the show, for the most part, is pretty clean.
Yeah.
You know, and we do stick to the subject.
And like I said, I don't think we're unfair in any of that criticism, because the idea was always bar talk.
Right.
You know, when you're at a bar and you're drinking,
you got the new guy, you got the old guy.
Oh, wait, here, let DJ House talk.
No, I was going to say, on some of the last ones that I was sitting in on, it was always more constructive. You know, you guys were never out to slash or hurt somebody or hinder anybody. You know, it was, you guys, and I felt that, yeah, that was really good. And that's where you get good reviews. Right. Outside sources as well. So, you know, just hearing the story and what you guys are saying, I can feel for that writer, too. You know?
Right.
Yeah, but, I mean, you got to be honest.
You do.
Because I can't just sit there. Like, when we talked about the first issue of Lady Death, you hated it. I don't remember who the other person was. Was it you?
Yeah.
You read it? You hated it?
I did too.
And I was like, I can see who this is for, and I get it. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm okay with it. You know, it's not the best book I've ever read, but I can see why people read it, and I understand that, and I'm okay. You guys are both like, I don't want to read another issue of this again. And I'm like, that's fair, because you guys are looking at it saying, I'm not the intended audience for this, and therefore I don't like it, which I think is a valid criticism. Whereas I had the point of view of saying, I can see who the intended audience is, and I think it's perfect for them.
Exactly.
To be fair, though, I have not read another issue since.
Right.
You know, so it's not like I'm trying to give in and say, every book has to have a positive.
Right.
Or every book has to have a negative. Right. There are some books you're just going to love and some books you're just going to hate.
Well, let's face it. There are artists that may spend years working on a bit of material that's just holy crap. And holy crap is holy crap. Yeah. You know?
Well, think about it. Like when you're in college or you're college age and you're hanging around, there's always that one guy who's in a band.
Yeah.
And he's always like, "Oh man, we just put this album together. Man, we're working on these songs. We're practicing like 5 days a week, man. Just like Friday nights, I get there at 5 o'clock.
But we play the same 3 chords every night."
You're like, "Will you listen to our album, man? We've been working on this for 6 months." It's like, okay, put it in, and you put it in, and it's god awful terrible.
It's just crap.
I've been working on it for 6 months. It's like, I don't care how long you're working on it.
At this point, press pause and go find Joe's Garage by Frank Zappa. Play that song
because that's total crap from bands.
And then go back. It's the story of crap.
So anyway,
no.
But I mean,
wait, are you saying Joe's Garage as a conceptual album is about a band that's crap,
song,
or you're saying
the song would be a great reference into what you
because you like Frank Zappa but you hate Joe's Garage?
No, I like the song.
Okay, wait, I'm confused here because we're talking about
explains the story of a
bad. Yes, exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. Conceptually, it's about a bad band.
A bad band.
You're not saying that Frank Zappa made a crappy album with Joe's Garage.
No.
Okay. See, that's where I was confused here. See,
but what is funny is Frank Zappa is singing a song about.
I need a beer. Give me a beer.
You need a beer. Okay.
Yeah, you're in the middle of a sentence. I don't care. I need alcohol.
In fact.
Yeah, he's singing about writing a crappy song in a band with a band in a garage. So.
Okay.
But I mean, that's really all I have to say about that. You know, other than the fact that I think that we are still going to stick true to our criteria of how we handle reviews. I mean, it is our opinion. Take it or leave it. I think a lot of times, we're trying to talk about stuff that you wouldn't necessarily pick up off the rack. So
stuff that may be a little bit older, not like 20 years old, but stuff that might be a little bit older, or stuff that comes out from a company you might not pay as much attention to. And that stuff does face a little harder scrutiny than a lot of the Marvel and DC stuff. But I think it kind of has to because, one, everybody reads the Marvel and DC stuff.
Right.
Even if you say, "Oh, I only read indie comics and I'm not going to get involved in any of that." The truth is, at some point, someone's going to say something about, "Oh, well, in Secret Invasion," and that person's going to be like, "Oh, that story was so horrible." Because I thought you said you didn't read Marvel and DC. I just know it was bad. So it's like everybody's reading it anyway.
Right.
So we might as well we discuss that stuff when we talk about the stuff.
Oh, funny story! I was talking to not Scott Snyder, but his co-writer for American Vampire, and I was talking about the premise of our show. We try to read stuff that's not necessarily on the shelf, the big companies, and I'm wearing my Green Lantern shirt. And he made a comment about my Green Lantern shirt, and I was like, well, funny story. My wife bought this for me right before C2E2, so I just had to wear it.
Sure, Sheldon. Sure.
But the last thing I was going to get at, what I was trying to circle around to, and then I think we're done with this part, is, we are criticizing and reviewing work, and some of these books are like $24, $28 a hardcover.
Especially the Archaia hardcovers. Some of them get pretty pricey.
So I think we're trying to give the listeners a little value to,
because there are sometimes
not always, but we usually make a comment at the end. Okay, how much was that book?
And whether that's worth paying the $20 for.
$14.99. Would you spend that? Oh, I'd spend $20. Right. And then there's other books where we're like, no.
I'd pay $12 for this.
Yeah,
I'll
wait till the
$19.99
$5 bargain bin. 2 for $5 or something.
All trades $5.
Because we know that a lot of our listeners, like ourselves, are on a tight budget, and especially when our pull list keeps growing.
I think that should make a difference, though. I think that should make a difference because a lot of times when publishers sit down to put a book together, they think, what price point are we going to go for? And if they think it's a book people are going to pay $20 for, then they're willing to put in some extra stuff. If it's a book that they don't think is going to sell very well, like anything having to do with Alpha Flight, then it just gets the most bare bones, cheap collection, whatever they can just throw out there because they know it's not going to sell very well and not many people are going to read it.
You have a problem with gay Canadians, don't you?
It's Canadians.
Oh.
It's just Canadians.
Just Canadian, whether they're gay or not.
Right, exactly.
Anything from
gay,
Canadian.
straight, Puerto Rican, whatever. You're Canadian. That's an issue. I don't know how you're a Puerto Rican Canadian, but I'm sure one or two exist. And buddy, I'm coming for you.
It's called continental transfusion.
So, Anyway.
Wow, so
25 minutes?
25 minutes, we haven't even talked about what we collected. We like totally got off the rails.
All right, so you going first?
Yeah. All
What's
right.
you reading?
Okay.
Tiny stack? That's what she said.
Small stack. ASM, are you current on that? Ends of
yes.
the Earth?
Yes, I am.
What do you think of Ends of the Earth and the whole Doc Ock dying and...
Well...
Are you current on ASM?
No, actually. No.
Okay, well, spoiler alert.
That's
for
fine,
DJ
though.
House.
You guys go ahead.
Okay, well, here's one thing I
So
want to bring up to you.
Oh.
Do you remember when Mayor Jameson's wife died? J. Jonah Jameson's wife died.
Yeah.
Okay, what did Spider-Man say?
That he wasn't going to let anybody die anymore.
And what's happening in this book?
Doc Ock's dying, so he's going to try to save him. Oh, by the way, I just want to make sure I did give a shout-out. The gentleman I talked to that was the co-writer with Scott Snyder is Scott Tuft.
Oh, on Severed, not American
Severed.
Vampire. You said American
I
Vampire.
did say
I was like,
American Vampire.
Raphael
No,
Albuquerque?
Severed.
Does he write?
No, it was Severed.
Okay.
And Severed is awesome, and we're going to review that soon, and he said that we should call him to do
An interview?
an interview.
Well, if you want to talk to a guy, I mean, whatever.
We just like to talk to each other. Okay, so ASM, so answer my question. How do you feel about the premise of the story? I mean,
I love when Al Gore got punched in the face. I was sad
But it
when
wasn't
it wasn't
Al
actually
Gore.
Al Gore. I know. That kind of took some of the steam out of it.
Right.
I was like, that's oh.
actually, I think that's looking through my stack, which is pretty short because I've had a busy week.
About half your stack is ASM issues
yeah,
that you got
catching
up
up. How about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
I'm nowhere current on that.
Okay, it's issue 8. Basically, at the end of this is kind of a rescue mission.
Have you been reading the micro series?
Yeah.
The
There's
four
Raphael and Donatello?
and Michelangelo and Leonardo. They all got
I don't
those
think I've
splitters
got them
coming
all
out.
then.
What do you think of those?
Well, they're tying them into the main ongoing series rather well.
Okay.
I'm going to mess it up. I think it was Raphael was the one that was like the wayward of the four turtles.
Uh-huh.
And basically that whole story of him being away from the rest of the turtles is the one shot. Or it's not a one.
Oh,
not
so
one
like in
shot,
the issue,
yeah.
he's like, I got to go off on my own.
No, he's split apart.
Oh, he's forced
It's a little
apart from
different.
him?
It's a little different
Okay.
story. You got to read them. But I'm a huge Turtles fan. I won't dig into too much because it's not done yet. Like the story arc's not done, so I'll wait. Pick it up. IDW does. We've always said this. They do a great job with big titles.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the representation of the Turtles in this is really. Who carried the original Turtle comics? Like way back?
Mirage. It was their own company.
Okay. And those were good.
Mm-hmm.
Those were really good. The Flash,
Not current.
Captain
on
Cold.
it. Not current on it.
Basically, just like we talked about previously, when you were reading some Flash,
I still plan on reading it. I haven't gotten to that
at this
part of
point,
the alphabet yet.
At this
I'm
point,
still stuck on the E's.
The Flash has realized that like if he moves too fast for too long, he messes up the time stream and creates wormholes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he's got this like gear on that tells him like when he's got to slow down.
Huh.
It's kind of a neat twist to the Flash.
His powers
Obviously-
could get out of control.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he has to be careful, and he's still trying to save the day.
Here I come.
Yeah.
To the-
Deadpool, Dead,
Yes.
Part 4.
Yes.
Are you up to Part 4?
Yes, I am.
What do you think?
I love the story. I mean,
And you had me all worked up like, oh, they're gonna end Deadpool. You suck. That was just so I'd buy more
It's called
Deadpool
Dead.
propaganda. And you know what? I did. I bought the Deadpool Mini-Mates Deadpool core. You
Yeah.
did that on purpose, just so I'd buy more banter.
but I mean, I think it's hilarious. I mean, that's been kind of an ongoing thing for a while, though. Is he wants to kill himself so that he can live with death. So that's not necessarily
Who
what's
is like
new.
this like lover? This like she's got like a sexy body, but has a skeleton
the
head.
skull face. Yeah, she's like reverse Skeletor.
Yeah.
But I like how he's like, first everyone's like, no, we can't let him kill himself, and then he's like, no, I have to kill myself. Oh, all these innocent people are going to die. Now I can't let myself die, and then everyone else is like, now we got to kill him.
And then he's got this whole thing going with Hydra Bob.
Hydra Bob.
Like, he's got Hydra Bob all confused.
And he starts having these visions of
and
Bob.
He's messing with
different...
the uncanny X-Force, too. Like, he's got them all thinking...
And Tombstone appears.
Yeah, well, Tombstone, like, created the serum that supposedly can kill Deadpool.
Yeah, it's wacky, and I really enjoy it.
Yeah, and then at the end... Well, it's not ended yet, is it?
No, it's not over yet.
Well, it's getting to the point where you're figuring out that... Because what's funny about Deadpool's character is... He'll act like a complete idiot. Like, he has no idea what's going on. Like, he's just bumbling from one frame to the next. But in reality, he's kind of the mastermind. Yeah. Like, he's actually the genius behind it all.
Well, there was one issue. I forget which issue it was, but...
The one right
Domino... No. Several issues ago. Domino comes trying to find him. And she crashes... She's, like, trying to sneak up on him. She crashes through the skylight. Lands in a pool full of pancakes.
Yes.
And he's been sitting there for 4 hours making pancakes and flipping them in the pool because he knows someone's going to come looking for him and they're going to climb up on the roof and the roof is not made to hold a person's weight and it's going to crash and they're going to fall. So he's just going to make this pool full of pancakes just to save them because he doesn't want to see someone get hurt.
Yeah.
You know, and it's one of those things where, yes, he's crazy, but yes, he's a genius at the same time. You know, it's like, here's a problem, and I got to solve it, so I'm going to solve it by making pancakes for 4 hours.
That's why the Pool is my man, and he's still my favorite. Always will be. Hold you close to my heart, Deadpool. Let's see. Batman?
Yeah.
What do you think of this?
I haven't started the new storyline has just launched, the Night of the Owls.
Well, it's all going into the Night of the Owls
right
now, yeah. But it's been building up to that for like 4 issues.
Yeah, well, he's been fighting the owls since the first issue. I mean, that's kind of been the ongoing thing. And I liked the whole storyline of him. Okay, wait, let me ask you this. When he's underground, captured by the owls, and he's going insane...
He's tripping.
Didn't that remind you of the Cult?
Yes!
Okay.
You stole the words out of my mouth. I was going to talk about that. We reviewed Batman the Cult. Who was the... It was Al... No. Who was the writer?
Jim Starlin.
Jim Starlin. Okay. And it was very psychedelic. Graphic and psychedelic. And Batman goes through this like hallucinogenic experience.
Yeah, and they totally break him down. Yeah. I mean, this is Batman completely broken.
And they're doing it again.
And they're doing it again with the owls.
Right. Which I attended the DC New 52 panel. Well, it wasn't New 52, it was DC panel. But they talked about...
Well, they had a DC Nation panel and a DC New 52 panel.
Oh, I went to the New 52. It was a New 52 then, yeah. And
did you go to one on Saturday?
Yeah, I think so.
Saturday was New 52.
And they did talk about all the new books coming out and the ones that are phasing out, and then what's coming up next. Don't ask me to reiterate all that right now because I don't remember all of it. It was a long day.
Well, we talked about it at the C2E2
Yeah, actually, if you want more C2E2 coverage, we did a video podcast in the hotel room. That was a lot of fun. And
nobody took their shirts off, so you're okay to go find it.
Okay, Action Comics?
I've been reading Action.
What did you think of this one? I thought this one was kind of...
I mean, the Battle City of Kandor is kind of like a classic thing in the whole Superman mythos. But I didn't like the...
Wait a minute, back up.
What?
Say it again.
The Battle City of Kandor.
Okay.
The Kryptonian city being miniaturized and stuck in a bottle and being kept by this guy in outer space who collects various stuff.
Story, so.
That's a classic thing from like the 50s. I mean, that's if you go back and watch like the old Superman cartoons, like Super Friends and whatever.
Right.
There's an episode where they go into the Battle City of Kandor. Okay. I mean, that's just one of those things that they've always done.
Oddly, I do remember that.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
And so that's one of those classic things that he brought back in this relaunch of Superman. And I was okay with the idea.
But I thought this was supposed to be Metropolis in the bottle.
Well, it is.
So it's like a reference to...
Right, well, because there's also, he says, well, there is a Kryptonian city. Which one are you going to save? You're going to say Metropolis? You're going to say Kandor?
Okay, that's right.
All right, so...
Actually, I'm losing interest
in
Action Comics.
I didn't like him...
Because I did not like Superman. I did not like
okay.
the
I mean...
No, not Superman.
Oh, you mean the Superman series.
The series.
The new Superman series.
Between the two, I preferred Action Comics. And...
Well,
I want it to be better.
It's funny because Action Comics was more of the Clark Kent story, and the Superman book was more of just the straight up action of stuff getting beat up and explosions and whatever. It's like they needed to be switched.
Right.
But the one thing I didn't like was in Action, he's just a guy in like a t-shirt and jeans Sometimes he ties the cape around his neck. Sometimes he doesn't because he's a dude with no money, trying to make a special outfit, and he's got nothing.
Right.
In the Superman book, he's wearing like this suit of armor with
Right.
the big Superman symbol, and so the question is, how does he get it? You know.
Well,
Where
in the panel they
right.
talked about
so
that.
in Action Comics, this guy's like, oh, I've got all this stuff from Krypton, and he smashes open this thing, and he's like, oh, there's Kryptonian battle armor, and he puts it on, and it's got the Superman symbol on it. And it's like, oh, so he just happens to have your family's coat of arms on his ship for you to find, to smash open and put on,
Right.
as opposed to having a different, random family's coat of arms.
Right.
It's like you happen to have the L family, brand of gear, so now he's got the same outfit that matches Supergirl.
Right.
I mean, it was just kind of like, oh, come on.
Which, have you been reading Supergirl?
I'm about 2 issues behind on that.
Okay. I've been reading it. I like it.
I've got them in my stack to go through. All right, what's next?
Detective Comics?
I still haven't read that issue.
Okay.
I've read up to that issue, and I'm losing interest in that book. I'm tired of
There's a lot of action in 8. I think you should check out 8 first. before you
every
make it.
Batman comic or comic that has Batman in it has Batman with a different love interest, and I'm really tired of that.
Yeah.
It's like he's got a girlfriend in this one. He's having sex with Catwoman.
Are you saying
in her
Batman
book.
should get married?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying how many times Batman is just a.
He's a whore.
He's a lech. He just leches around all the time.
Kick-Ass 2.
I have not kept up on
Issue 7. Ah,
Hit Girl's getting her own series.
is she?
Uh-huh.
I read that.
Well, I probably shouldn't do any spoilers then, because there's a lot of spoilers in this issue. So I'll keep my mouth shut.
All right.
By the time I get around to that, I will have forgotten of this evening. If we,
Well, they've been kind of dragging on the whole face off of Red Mist and Kick-Ass fighting in Times Square, basically.
Right.
So this is the wrap up of that.
So is 7 like the end, or do you think there's an 8?
Well, 7 is definitely the end of this arc. So
Because I honestly don't remember if there's any more or not of that one. I still like Justice League.
yeah.
I do. I like Steve Trevor.
Well, and they talked about in the panel that the Justice League is finally they all have these big egos and they all think they're so big and powerful and they really think a lot of themselves. In the next issues to come, it's going to break them down. I mean, it's going to tear them apart, and they're going to be humbled.
Well, I think Steve Trevor, who's Wonder Woman's liaison, he comes across as one of the most sympathetic characters of all time.
Right.
And I like the dynamics. I like how they've now gotten to the point where they're doing like the little bickering things back and forth. Green Lantern and Batman are always throwing their little insults
their
back
little
and
banter.
forth. I like that. I like that Cyborg is a key component of the team now, and he's got the mother box built into his circuitry so he can make a boom tube. And then, have you read the next issue? Have you read the one after that?
No, it's still in the stack over there.
All right, well, I won't say anything more about
As far as DC goes, just to know how far behind I am, I'm just wrapping up all the 7s.
Okay.
So.
Wow.
Hey, I had like a month's worth of comics I bought all at once. It was.
All right, so that's your stack?
That's it.
All right. Well, Star Wars Age of the Empire, Iron Eclipse number 5, wrapped up this series. Beautiful, just like a Bond movie. I mean, that's one of the key things I've said about the series. It's a Bond movie set in the Empire, and it ends like a Bond movie.
Where the guy at the end has this long monologue about how he's going to kill him, and then
No, well, I mean, there is a little bit of that, but there's also a sympathetic ally dies. He escapes with the woman. There's they're on the Millennium Falcon, and Han Solo and Chewbacca are well, it's going to take us 2 days to get there, so you guys better go back and get comfortable.
Okay.
And he grabs the blonde-haired woman. And he's like, oh yeah, let's go nurse those wounds. And they go off, the room in the back, just like the Bond movies end.
Oh, James.
And then at the bottom it said he will return in, and it had the name of the next series. Because in the Bond movies, at the end of the credits, you get past everything else, it always says, James Bond will return in, and then it's got the name of the next movie. So they totally did that. As a pop culture mashup of James Bond and Star Wars, this is so much better than it deserves to be. Firestorm. I gave up on Firestorm after the first issue because I hated all of the kind of forced... this guy's white, this guy's black. Can they ever be friends? And I really got tired of that, so I gave up on it. But they recently announced that Gail Simone was leaving the book. Ethan Van Sciver was taking over as the head writer on it. So I thought I'd go ahead and go back to it. So I went back, picked up the issues, and it did get a little bit better after a while. And then the issue in which she leaves, it becomes fantastic. I mean, seriously, when Gail Simone left the book, it suddenly it's just like it's action, it's dialogue that makes sense. The characters, all the stuff they're doing makes sense. Yeah, it was huge. And then I'm like, I love this book now. And then he announced he's leaving. He's like, I'm going to go work on this Green Lantern graphic novel, so I'm going to give up on the series for a while. I was like, oh, son of a bitch. So, son of a biscuit, I said. Son of a biscuit.
You can say bitch. Bitch
Can
is
we?
okay.
It's a TV word, so we're allowed to say that.
Okay.
Voltron. I went to the Voltron panel, C2E2.
Yes,
the writer.
that was so much fun. They gave... Oh, can we talk about it?
Well, hold on. The writer of the current Dynamite series was there, and he was talking about the book. And one of my main criticisms of the Voltron book is Voltron is a giant robot that battles giant monsters in outer space.
Formed by Robies.
Right. Well, sometimes it's Robies. Sometimes it's other monsters, other creatures.
Right.
Sometimes it's, mad scientists create something. But anyway, we're like 4 issues into it now. I think this is 3 here. We're 4 issues into it. We have yet to see Voltron. We've yet to see a giant battle. It's all been character building and the history of King Zarkon and all of this stuff. And I'm always thinking, like, that's fine, but I want to see some explosions.
Right, I want to see some darn robots.
Where the hell's the big fights?
Voltron.
So he said at the panel, he said he's doing this deliberately because he wants to build up to it. So that when you finally get that reveal of Voltron,
right.
when the big robot finally appears, when they have that big
You'll
battle,
start like humming the theme song in your head.
that way it feels like there's a reason for it,
right.
as opposed to what I want, which is just like big explosions.
Right.
This is like the one time I want the Michael Bay treatment. Just make some stuff blow up and put some characters that don't care about getting killed and whatever. So I'm going to give it a little more time now that he said that.
Right.
Now, what do you want to say about? Oh,
well, I was going to say, how long is that run supposed to go for? Do they have a projected?
It's ongoing, isn't it?
Ongoing or
5 or 6? Yeah, I mean it's an ongoing series.
Okay.
5 or 6 will wrap up this current arc.
Gotcha.
And then a new arc begins. And then at the same time, they've started a second series called Voltron Year 1, which is all about the pilots before they ever get to Voltron and everything, kind of telling their history and how they got their skills.
I do have to agree with your criticism. In the beginning, I was so excited when I started to read the first couple issues, and it was like all this kind of like government conspiracy, basically the government's trying to get together this team of scientists to figure out how to face this like inevitable alien disaster. But there was one other key element when he was talking about Voltron. An explanation of...
well, he said Year 1, he wanted to kind of explain why these galactic explorers...
Right.
He said the problem was, when you watch the TV show...
There you go.
You have these 5 guys, you watch the cartoon, there are these 5 guys, these intergalactic explorers, who are supposed to go out into space, and they're reaching new frontiers, and they're discovering new stuff, whatever, and they basically turn into a bunch of guys who climb into these robots. We can't solve the problem, let's form a giant robot, and then they slash it. I mean, it's the same formula, because it's a kid's show. Yeah. He said he wanted to build a universe where the galactic explorers had something to do. So there are times when you don't have the giant robot to fall back on. It's like, we can't form a giant robot, form a blazing sword, and cut the robot in half. How do we solve this problem? So he wanted to put them in a situation where they didn't have Voltron to just jump into and solve the problem.
Right.
So that was the other thing behind it. So
one of the chairs is kind of in bad shape.
Your chair's falling apart.
Are you okay?
Well, Jenny Craig is calling me, apparently. What's going on?
No. I think somebody else broke that chair.
Oh, yeah.
That was the chair.
Is it in bad shape, or are you
dry
okay?
humping
No,
all
it
the
seems
time.
okay. Looks like I might fall between something.
It's just a little creaky.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
But so anyway, that's the thing that's going on with the Voltron. So, on the one hand...
they gave away raffle tickets, and they were giving away prizes.
Oh, right.
During Voltron, and they were giving away T-shirts and DVDs and the trade paperback, and then they're giving away the ultimate prototype. No,
well,
they showed the prototype of Voltron.
They said we're going to give away one of these Voltrons, and they had it sitting on the table, and it's the new one coming out from Mattel. It's only available online, MightyCollector.com. Every 2 months they release a new lion and a new pilot. And depending on the size of the lion and the pilot, they're anywhere from $50 to $75.
Now let me tell you a little backstory. On my street, there was a kid down the street that had every single row beast. And I was so jealous because I wanted them, and they were very expensive. I think they were like $30 a piece or something back then.
I had one of those kids too that lived down the street from me.
What do you mean? What do you mean he had every row beast?
Yeah, he had all of them to form Voltron.
No, those aren't row beasts. Row beasts are the bad guys.
Or no, I'm sorry, the lions.
Right.
He had all the lions.
Like the die-cast
Yes,
one.
the big metal one that you could knock some... Oh, there you go.
Here's Hunk. I got a little Hunk.
That could knock somebody out. And I was so jealous that he had it and I couldn't get it that I actually stopped watching Voltron for a little while.
Because I
couldn't have the toys. So... to see them re-release the toys, they need to give me some free toys so I can play with them. And
you really hoping to win?
Yeah.
But
so they gave away the entire collection, which isn't released yet. So you'd actually have to
because we saw that, and I'm like, I want that prototype because I know some of those figures aren't going to be out until the end of the year, and I'm like, I want to have that now.
Yeah.
So they get everybody hyped up for this drawing, and I had ticket like 448629. And the person sitting, sitting next to me had 228.
Yeah.
And the next guy had 227.
And 2261.
The ticket that won was 226. And there's the guy sitting in the row behind us. And we're like, oh, you son of a...
And we had a friend that came in late.
Yeah, intern Rick came in late. If he had come in when we came in and sat down, he would have had the winning ticket.
But he did win a turtle that went...
Yeah, he did win a turtle.
Yeah.
And I asked a question in one of the panels about the vehicle Voltron. Just trying to make a joke and be funny, and so they gave me a Vehicle Voltron shirt. Right. It was too small to me, but I gave it to my daughter, and she uses it as a sleep shirt.
Cool.
So, all right. So anyway, you know what? And since we are talking about Voltron, I do have
that's the book they were giving away.
The Voltron Force.
Oh, thanks. I'll take that.
Mini comic from Viz. Actually, they're sending me all those for free in the mail. So.
Okay, I'll take that one.
So anyway, the minicom, if you watch Voltron Force at all, whatever, this is set before the end of the first season. It's towards the end when all the cadets are piloting the Lions and they're starting to get a little more freedom. There were 26 episodes of the first season, and this is somewhere 18, 19, 20, 21, somewhere in that range is about.
So they showed a sneak peek of the one that was going to be the next week, Voltron Force. Right?
I'm talking about that book right there.
Oh, okay. But that's based on the show?
That book is based on the show.
Right.
And they've got 6 of those, I think they said, in the works right now. So they're going to do those 6 and see how much feedback they get, whether or not they're going to continue after that. But it reads like an episode of the cartoon. It's well done. I enjoyed it. If you enjoy watching the cartoon, you might as well pick up the books from Viz because they really play out just like more episodes. So. Let's see.
I'm not reading Deathstroke.
We're running out of time, so we've gone 40 minutes.
Savage Chap, Hawkman, I'm reading, but I'm not current.
All right, I want to talk about Road Rage, series from IDW. The first 2 issues were an adaptation of Stephen King's Trucks, which was the short story that they adapted into Maximum Overdrive. So if you're familiar with that, but it only lasted 2 issues. And they said they wanted to make more issues. And obviously the idea is if you can get 4 or 6, those are kind of the golden numbers for making a trade. Mm-hmm. You can't make a trade of 2 issues.
Right.
That's not enough books. So they wanted to make more issues. And so starting with issue 3, because Trucks was done, they've now gone into Duel. And Duel was a Richard Matheson novel, which Steven Spielberg adapted into his first major movie release in the early 70s. And it's basically this guy on the highway. He's driving along, and there's this big semi-truck that's kind of blocking the road, going kind of slow. So he goes to speed around the guy, and as he's driving past, the truck pulls his horn and gets mad that he's passing him. You know, it's like, I'm a big
So
truck.
it's like an urban legend.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things. So he's driving down the road, and a minute later, the truck comes speeding past him, pulls in the lane next to him, passes him, goes on down the road, and he's like, well, this guy's a jerk, whatever. Keeps driving, stops at a truck stop, uses a payphone, and when he hangs up the phone and turns around, there's the truck. Like the truck had gone on, and then turned around and came back to find him. So now he's like, well, I think this truck might be following me. So he gets in his car to get away, and sure enough, truck pulls out and starts following him down the highway. And so this sets up this storyline, which is this guy like, why is this truck following me? The truck starts like bumping him, you know, hitting him, trying to knock him off the road. It's a great story. It's one of those things where he stops and he tries to explain this to people, and people are like, you're nuts. Like, why is a trucker going to screw with some guy out in the middle of nowhere? You know, you're making stuff up. You know, he can't get the police to believe that this random trucker that he can't identify, you know, is gunning for him, whatever. He's basically going insane trying to figure out, like, why this guy's trying to kill him. So it's a really great psychological story, and Road Rage, just pick it up with issue 3. I mean, if you want to read the adaptation of Trucks, you can get 1 and 2, but brand new storyline with 3, great. It was a great novel. It's turning into a great comic. Was a great movie. Battle Scars.
I didn't finish 6.
Okay, I'm going to
spoil it.
Okay. Well, have you seen the Marvel movies? Thor, Captain America,
No, I haven't seen any of them. No.
There's Agent Coulson, which is the guy from S.H.I.E.L.D. who's always appearing. In this series, okay, you find out Nick Fury had a son. He had a relationship with a black woman, had a black son. They covered up the relationship. Well, now suddenly Nick Fury's going into hiding because he's working on whatever project, and this new guy is being tapped to be the new head of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Going into hiding, kind of like what? Secret Warriors.
Kind of. But in time for the new Avengers movie,
right?
They now have a new black guy taking on the name of Nick Fury. He gets his eye gouged out, has to wear an eye patch, and his buddy, who was in the military service with him, becomes an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and his name happens to be Agent Coulson. So Battle Scars was a series Marvel put together just so they could have the characters from the movies in the normal Marvel universe.
Oh, wow.
And as bad as that sounds, it's actually a really cool story.
Yeah, it is good.
It is a kick-ass story, because I just spoiled the whole thing. You don't know this going into it, you know, so I gave away a lot of that. But
that it's kick-ass and it doesn't suck?
No, I gave away that it's Nick Fury's son, and his best friend becomes Agent Coulson. But
the blunt of it all.
The storyline is really well done, of this guy who's military, trying to get out of the military, just retire, you know, go back to his family, whatever, and gets pulled into this big conspiracy because somebody leaks the information that this is Nick Fury's son, and so all of Nick Fury's enemies come trying to get him. And that's basically the heart of the story. So I really love Battle Scars. This is one, I bought all the paper issues, but I was sitting somewhere in like a doctor's office, and I had nothing to do, so I went and I bought them all digitally so I could read them again. Wow. So I own both, both ways. So, all right, a few quick things we're going to go through here. Holy cow! Yeah, I know.
This is like a complete Comiholics episode right here.
Just in our first segment. Battle Beasts.
I've got a copy of it.
They gave out the ash can at C2E2. This is the new series based off the toys. I will not pick up this series after reading the ash can. Everyone was excited for Battle Beasts because they thought it was the old toys from the 80s being brought back, and as it turns out, all it was the people who make the Mini-Mates toys found out that the copyright or trademark or whatever it was on Battle Beasts had lapsed. So they bought the name, developed their own storyline and toy line to go with it.
But it's not the Battle Beasts.
So everyone's going, oh, Battle Beasts. I remember those from when I was a kid, and it's nothing to do with that except that it's
Wait, what did they tell you at the panel? What did they tell you at the panel again?
So,
I thought that was funny.
Scotty Cash at the C2E2 panel for Mini-Mates raises his hand and he goes, why, you know, the original Battle Beasts, they had like the symbols on their chests, and there was like a game. Why did you get away from all that? And the guy running the panel goes, okay, we're not getting away from anything. This is our original thing. It's about beasts who battle because we got the name. It has nothing to do with the original toys. And the guy was like pissed off. Like he's heard this question 100,000 times and he's tired of answering it. And he's like, this is exactly why you got the name, is because you knew people cared about the old toys. That should be the first thing you explain to people. And I read the comic, and it's just... there are a bunch of winged creatures, and there are a bunch of goat creatures, and they fight against each other because they don't like each other. And it's like, that's like the worst indie comics when you go through like Artist Alley at a convention and someone's like, hey, read my book, it's an epic battle story. And you look at it, it's like, oh, look, it's a walrus guy with an axe who's fighting a chicken. You know, it's like, so Battle Beasts I am not going to read.
Actually, can you talk about that hardcover that you have
Okay,
up there?
well, I was going to say, my other stack here is free comic book day stuff that I've been able to snag a little early. And on the top here, this is the Archaia hardcover. Archaia is the first publisher ever to give away a hardcover for Free Comic Book Day.
Very nice.
And this is, it's just called Mouse Guard, Labyrinth, and Other Stories, Free Comic Book Day 2012. And it's all, collection of short stories, independent of anything else. These are all original stories from their creators of some of their top books. So, of course, Mouse Guard is... one of the big titles. A lot of people are familiar with Mouse Guard. David Peterson is setting to do a new Tales of the Mouse Guard series.
I read Mouse Guard to my 6-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, Mouse Guard's great. It's a great book.
It's a little scary, but she gets it.
The big push in this book, the big reason why a lot of people are going to be fighting for these hardcovers, is because it has the first Labyrinth story based off the Jim Henson property. So if you remember the movie, Jim Henson and Archaia have worked out this deal. They released Dark Crystal as a
David
hardcover.
Bowie in it?
Wow.
David Bowie's not in this particular story. He might be in one later.
Yeah, talk about scaring children.
Like, is that,
Shut your mouth.
is that his crotch or a codpiece? Get the kids out of the theater. But the first story is basically Hoggle trying to find a girlfriend. It's like Valentine's Day.
Oh, he has a soft side.
And he just desperately wants... And which kind of feeds into the whole movie, because in the movie he falls in love with Jennifer Connelly. She's not looking for a grumpy little gnome guy to be your boyfriend, but they find the value of true friendship.
Yeah.
But anyway, that whole story set in the Labyrinth universe, it's an art style that is very original, but yet at the same time all the characters are easily recognizable. It's beautiful. It's just a great little story. There's a Dapperman little short story that kind of bridges the two books.
That couple was...
Have you read Dapperman?
Uh-huh.
That's a great book.
Yeah, the couple was at the panel.
It's a husband and wife.
husband and wife couple.
Which I didn't realize.
And what I found interesting is the wife is getting ready to release a alphabet storybook for kids.
Huh.
Set in Alice in Wonderland.
It's set in Alice in Wonderland. So it'd be like A for Alice. So it's like, 2-page spread of like A and then Alice and then a description and then all the way through Z. And it's going to be like the real thick board paper.
Good.
Like a kid's book.
Yeah.
Like a baby book,
But yet, still, this is Free Comic Book Day.
Yeah, I mean, and this
Man,
is really nice.
That is.
There's a Rust story. We talked about Rust at the C2E2 panel.
Well, we've always complimented Archaia on their fantastic hardcover.
The thing was, I read this before we went to C2E2. I've actually had this for a while. And I read this.
Excuse me?
I read this Rust story.
Wait, you've had this for a while?
And,
shh. You've had this for a while and you did not tell me?
Nope. So anyway,
you are my co-host on this show.
And so, like, I read
that talks about comic books, right?
I read this Rust story, and I was like, "This is really intriguing."
Blow me off. I see how it is.
this. I was like, "This Rust story seems really intriguing." And then we go to the C2E2 panel, and they're talking about Rust, and you even turned to me at one point, and you're like, "Wow, that looks really good." And I'm like, "Yeah, I've read one of those stories. It is pretty good."
You suck.
And,
I officially hate you now.
But the big thing that I love, and we'll actually bring this up later, is there's a brand new Cowboy story.
Ooh.
We're going to be talking about the Cowboy hardcover here in a little bit. So the Cowboy story is in here, and this was my first introduction to the character, was reading it in here before we got that. And this is, if you are able to read this story in the Free Comic Book Day and you are not compelled to pay $20 to buy the hardcover, then you should just stop reading anything. Like menus,
just
traffic signs.
Give it up.
Just stop. Because this is just so great.
Beautiful.
And I love... But like I said, we'll save that for when we talk about Cowboy.
Well, I think at this point, given the time that we're at, I think we should probably just review Cowboy.
Well, yeah, we're just going to do Cowboy and nothing else after this.
And then, okay.
We'll save everything else for later.
Okay. Exactly.
What, you want to do a 3-hour show?
No.
Okay. Okay, but I'm just going to kind of quickly go through some of these other... Valiant has a free comic book day. It is basically the same stuff from their C2E2 giveaway. So it's got the first 5 pages of XO Man-O-War and the first 5 pages of Harbinger, and then that's really all that's in there. The free comic book day adds some script pages for I think it was Bloodshot is the other book that they give away some of the stuff for. But if you read the C2E2, then the free comic book day is basically the same thing. But it makes me excited for Valiant. I'm really looking forward to this relaunch. The characters, a lot of the characters are the same from the original 90s universe, so I'm looking forward to that. Transformers Regeneration 1. This picks up the Marvel storyline that ended in like 1991 and continues it as if nothing happened.
Wow.
They got the same artist and writer to come back to work on this series. So they're back together after 20 years. Yeah, and it's just this was so much fun and such a great trip down memory lane. I'm gonna have to buy this every month.
Are you reading the Transformers Autocracy too?
Autocracy.
Autocracy. Thank you.
No, I have them to read. I have not read them yet.
I think they're enjoyable.
I went back and bought. They recently had a sale, so I bought the Death of Optimus Prime and the 2 books in Chaos.
Have you read Death of Optimus
Prime? I haven't read them yet.
Okay,
but
I'm curious about that one.
But the 2 trades for Chaos. So, and then once I get done with Chaos, that kind of puts me at where their new series have started in the last couple issues. Because both of those are only on like issue 3 or 4, so they're not very deep. Yo Gabba Gabba. They gave away a book last year, I think it was, and so here's another one to give away, and it's just always a good time. Like, right. I don't care if you're 80 years old and Yo Gabba Gabba comes on and you're not reminded of your drunk college days indulging in different matters, then you're missing out on something. Barnaby and Mr. O'Malley. This is from a...
that's like an old kid's book, right?
Yeah, Crockett Johnson, the same guy who did Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Yeah.
Free comic book day book.
Anybody else need a beer?
Me.
I'm actually going to go around to the different shops in town and get more copies of this just to squirrel them away. There's a free comic book day Star Wars Serenity flip book. Interesting. So on one side, you've got a Star Wars...
I see. Okay.
Han Solo and Chewbacca storyline.
Very classic.
Yeah, and it's just kind of a
back kind of thing.
It's just kind of a fun little throwaway story. Yeah. Nothing too spectacular, but it's kind of fun. Then there's the Serenity side, Serenity Firefly. If you're familiar with either of those shows, I'm not a big, huge fan of all the Joss Whedon stuff.
I like the movie. I like the movie. That's
but
it.
I tried to read it. The story is okay. I never really liked the characters in Firefly, which is why I never got into it, because at the end of the first episode, I didn't care if any of them lived or died. But when I tried to read this comic, the artwork is god-awful. I don't even understand who thought, oh yeah, we'll get this guy to draw the characters. I mean, the likenesses are not... it kind of looks like him, but...
I gotta reach back to an older one, but like North 40 had some of that with me.
Right.
Like I couldn't relate, so it didn't captivate me to want to.
Right.
But I think this is worse.
Like there wasn't like any depth to the characters.
But this is worse for me because these are supposed to be Hollywood actors and actresses that they are drawing, and it's
so you should use
because that's like a really good story to do that.
Yeah, and I don't think,
at least for me,
I don't think it's going to pull anybody who's not a massive, I have to own everything that's Buffy, Joss Whedon, I'll buy it all. I don't think anybody beyond those people are going to buy it. Avengers Age of Ultron.
Age of
Ultron. This is setting up the new Avengers storyline. They're giving this away as free comic book day.
Huh.
If you remember, in the first storyline of the new Avengers title, they're traveling through time, and at one point they go in the future, and you see that big bulletin board, and it has the timeline. It's got notes of all the different stuff, and so it would mention Secret Invasion before Secret Invasion happened. It said something like scrolls appear or something like that, and that was the clue.
Oh man, I'll have to recap. And I don't remember.
Well, anyway, at one point it has a little line. It says Ultron War or something like that, and so this is actually they are following that timeline. that he saw in the future, and this is the Ultron story. And even at the end of this book, you see Iron Man. He's like, I've seen this, and we cannot win this. He's like, I don't know how. I think we lose this battle. Like, there's no stopping it. And so this is a really great. This is one of those books. If you knew nothing about Avengers, and you picked up this book on Free Comic Book Day, you're going to go, I think I need to read Avengers.
Huh. Which is my argument, because X-Men rule, Avengers rule. Always has, always will.
The other thing is the DC, the New 52 Free Comic Book Day.
Yes, and they talked about that at the panel.
This does,
and they actually said this is going to be. Actually, they pulled a girl from they pulled a girl from the audience, had her come up there on the stage
and read it.
She got to read it, way in advance. And there's actually a lot of. You're not leaving this house with this, by the way. There's a lot of actually like surprise.
There are things given away in
giveaways
here.
In this.
One thing is, in the back there are samples from some of the upcoming series. You get a one-page preview of the new GI Combat, 2 pages or 3 or 4 pages of Batman Incorporated, a couple pages of Dial H for Hero, a couple pages of the
How
new
do you
Earth
feel about
2
them
books.
bringing back Batman Inc.? It wasn't that great to begin with.
I liked it more than Batman the Dark Knight.
Like, I like the premise. Like, I was really intrigued by the premise of the story of Batman going to different countries and trying, which brings about like Batwing,
right?
Which is a great book.
Batwing's been a great series, and it has no right to be.
It's like, how dare you be good?
Exactly.
So I don't know. That's all I gotta say about that.
But that's
all I gotta say about
one thing. One thing there. Pandora is the female character who appeared in all the number ones.
Yes, with the hoodie.
This explains her.
Okay.
This book explains who she is, why she ended up the way she did, and how she's now kind of turned. And
she's the Watcher.
And she's the one that kind of made Flash recreate the universe the way he did. Mm-hmm. And she's doing it for some purpose, and you're starting to get a little insight into what exactly that's drawing towards, which includes this giant 4-page fold-out of basically everyone from the Justice League in a big battle against each other.
Oh, wow. I'm buying that digital copy, and that is going up on my wallpaper.
So anyway, one of the things that I found kind of intriguing, in the beginning, Pandora is part of a group of 3 called the Trinity of Sin. They're brought before these like elder gods of magic, whatever, and for whatever various crimes. And the first guy, for his crime, they say, we're going to sentence you to a conviction that will last for all eternity. And they throw a handful of silver coins at him. And he says, no, forgive me, just like he would have. And instead, they say, no, you shall walk the earth forever as a stranger, and the coins become his necklace, his hair turns white, he turns into the Phantom Stranger. Huh. He is Judas, who betrayed Christ.
Yeah, no kidding.
And those are the coins that bought his treachery. So he's the first one. The second one, I'm not sure who he is, but he yells at them. He says, I defy you. I don't recognize your court. You have no right to do this to me. And they say, you will forever wander the earth not knowing who you are. They blank out his face, and he dissolves into a question mark. And that was the character, The Question, who came from the Charlton comics, brought over into the DC universe when they bought out that company.
Crazy.
And he was the character behind Rorschach and the Watchmen.
Right.
And so this is now, apparently, his new origin is mystical. Because in the original comics, he was a reporter in Chicago who would pull out this putty and attach it to his face and release a gas that would make that blank mask. And then he could run around and fight crime and no one knew who he was. But now it's like this mystical thing. And I was like, that's really bizarre on what they do. And then she, her name is Pandora because she is Pandora. She opened the box that released the prison to tragedy and torment and torture. You unleash the terrors of man. And she says, I didn't know. I'm innocent of the crime. And they said, Doesn't matter if you didn't know or not, you did it. And so she is Pandora from mythology. And so for those three things to come together, and that's just the first 4 pages of
in the
book.
Panel, I wish they would have...
Jeff Johns. Of course. Jeff Johns.
In the panel, they did talk about that they decided that when they were going to describe some of the mythos of these characters, that there was a lot of thought involved in like how they were going to alter it. Thank you. How they were going to alter it from the normal DC universe.
So
the reason why I'm saying thank you is he's letting me...
I'm handing him those books so he can read them. Of course, they come out this Saturday.
Yeah.
All right. One last book I want to talk about, and then we'll wrap up this first hour and 10-minute segment.
Yeah. From here, we're just going to talk about Cowboy, I think, and then
we'll be done. But okay, the one last book I want to talk about is a series called The Activity. This is from Image. There's 5 issues out so far. There's at least one more. You can tell by the storyline. Maybe more. I'm not sure.
Is this like the CSI crime fighting thing?
No, it's not CSI.
Well, it's kind of like that, though.
No. Okay. This is like CIA, NSA. Have you seen the movie The Losers?
No.
Okay, well, it's The Expendables?
Yes.
Okay. It's a team within the government that answers to really nobody, is a little bit a part of every branch of the government. They go in and they clean up the messes.
They're the A-team.
They make people disappear, or they find people who have disappeared, whatever. Well, anyway, The Activity, the first, 2 issues, fantastic. Issues 4 and 5, fantastic. Issue 3, and here's the problem. You go into issue 1, a lot of action, people getting shot, a lot of covert ops, whatever, great. Issue number 2, more covert ops, more special gadgets and gear, and exciting. Issues 4 and 5, an extraction. They got to get this one guy, and they have to take care of all these guards, and they got to do all this technology stuff. Awesome. Issue 3 is them in between missions. So they do all
hanging
these,
out at their house, picking their toenails.
Well, no,
it's like I sure hope I get that call.
It's after a mission.
My trigger finger is getting heavy.
It's actually after a mission where somebody died. So they're all reflecting. Now here's the problem. I understand that you do some that are action and then some that come down. You want to give people a breather in between.
This is a big downer, huh?
No, actually, that's not the problem. The problem is they spend the whole issue talking about their covert ops and their missions, and they use abbreviations. They say, well, I was with the EVTs at the CVO, and then the IED went off.
Oh, hold on, though. I bought all these issues at C2E2. Okay? Hold on.
Of The Activity?
Yes. And what he explained to me is that he actually got in contact, or they got in contact. Oh, where is it?
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
They got in contact with, apparently, people overseas, soldiers overseas, were, in love with this book. The first couple issues.
Right, the first couple issues are great.
Okay, so somehow they got in contact with the writers and artists, and they're like, well, what would you do if this was your situation? You know what I'm saying?
That's
right.
Nice. That's
right,
excellent.
and so they gave them feedback as far as what they would do.
Right, and I don't have a problem with the mission stories, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that story in and of itself. The problem I had was they're using all of these abbreviations and all of these terms and all this stuff, and usually when you read a book like this, there's a little asterisk, and then down at the bottom it says, improvised explosive device. Right. There's something down there to explain it. I'm reading this book, and I'm like, I don't know what this means. 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 Yeah, so here, let me see 3. The one on top, right here. All right, so if this is the one. Yeah, okay, so here, so you see them, there's a lot of dialogue. They're talking about the stuff. They're having flashbacks to the mission.
Here you go.
They're telling all of this stuff that's going on, and I'm reading this, and I'm like, this doesn't make sense. I don't really understand. And you can't use context clues.
Right.
We saw the EVOs on the ridge. And then, that's all he says. And that's supposed to mean something. I don't know what an EVO is. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm reading this and I'm like, this sucks because I don't know what's going on. You get to the last page and you have all the terms. As if I'm going to get to the last page and go, goat roper, someone engaged in pointless or ultimately fruitless activities. Oh, that's what he meant on page 6. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think
It's
actually
like,
this is signed by.
yeah, they're all signed.
I think it's signed by
Mitch Garrett.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it's like I get to the end and I'm like, why wouldn't you do that the first page? Why wouldn't that be the inside front cover, is have all those terms? Because then when I go 3 pages in and they say something and I don't know what the hell they're talking about, I can go, oh, right. Go back to that first page. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. That's where it makes sense.
Or at least have some, like, comment of, hey.
Yeah, check out. If you're unfamiliar with these terms, turn to the back of the book. You know? When you hear the chime, it's time to turn the page. But, I mean, there's none of that. So you get up to the end and it's like...
Well, all I gotta say is I think that's unfortunate because what Mitch told me is they were super stoked that they got feedback from these soldiers. And they were so happy.
Well, that's
they
really
were
cool.
so happy to use
if you knew what the terms were, because like I said, I didn't necessarily have a problem with the fact that it was a slow. Like I understand the idea of build it up and then slow it down and build it up and slow it down. Like I get that. It was just the fact that I'm reading through it and it's like, it'll say something like, we had to be careful of the sea spray. What the hell is the sea spray a weapon? Is that
a breeze?
Is that like what the hell? And then you turn to the back of the CIA's aviation component supporting ISA and others. You're not going to get that from the context clues. We were laying low for the sea spray. Like, are they spraying DDT? Are they spraying sea salt? Like, what the? I don't know what the hell this means. So that was my problem with issue 3. It's like this sucks. This sucks. There's the answer.
Well, I think what he was telling me too is like. From the feedback they got from these soldiers that are actually out there doing this.
That is realistic, I'm sure.
That has seriously influenced the direction of what they're doing.
And the 4 issues out of the 5 that I read where they are out, doing stuff and it's not hanging on this dialogue, it's great. I loved all the action stuff. Like all the covert stuff that they're doing was just fantastic. But like I said, that one issue was just like, oh. And then you get to the end, and it's like you put the terms at the end of the book. Like I'm gonna remember at this point.
So if they would have put the terms at the beginning of the book,
it would have been perfect.
It would have been.
Yeah, it would have been. It would have been a 5-star issue, like all the others. All right, that is an hour and 17 minutes now of us talking about stuff we're currently reading. That's why I get no housework done, honey. So now we are going to take a quick break to put on the short shorts, start the disco dancing, and eat some cookies. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about Cowboy, the new book from Archaia. This is from Nate Cosby and Chris Iliopoulos. Mm-hmm. I think that's how you say that. How would you pronounce that?
Iliopoulos. That's a town around here. Beware of Greeks bearing comic books.
Iliopoulos. All right, so we'll be back right after this.
No. There's actually more to it that I'm not even going to say at this moment. It's a little personal, but you guys do need to know. But anyhow, hey, welcome back. This is the 21st.
I was wondering why I
the 21st.
I was hoping DJ House would drop a little...
hey, cheers.
Dude, you just dumped brandy all over my jeans.
Oh, shut up.
She's a fine girl.
Okay.
Here we go. Here's some brandy.
Happy 21st.
Have some drinks.
I'm trying to remember my 21st.
Smooth.
Whoa, that is really smooth.
That is. That's fantastic.
Oh, there it is.
Fire breather.
I remember my 21st, I had a band playing in my kitchen and 2 kegs of beer.
Oh, that's.
Were you living on Isles?
No, that's when I had the house on Holmes.
On Holmes?
Yeah.
Didn't you have one on MacArthur?
That was 7-Eleven.
Oh,
we used to call
I
it
heard. Where did you live
on
story
Holmes?
about your place there? Oh my
Hey, wait,
god!
where did you live on Holmes?
I lived on like Outer Park and Holmes.
Oh, okay. Because when I first got out of high school, I had an apartment 1900 block of Holmes.
Okay.
So
I don't remember what number.
we're talking about places none of you people have ever been
No,
to.
we're talking about being 21, 21st birthday.
21st birthday?
Yeah.
I went to Two Brothers, got my fishbowl.
I got that too.
Yeah.
And you know what? I asked and I requested to have it filled with beer.
Oh,
And they were like, "What?" And I said, "No, and I even explained the whole, when I switch too much and I start getting like creative with my different fields out there, I time travel, and so I like to stick with one certain." And so the guys understood and they respected. And I'm like, trust me, if you fill that with beer, I'm going to drink it fast, and I did. But yet, somewhere in the night, we did leave Two Brothers, the infamous fishbowl, and then I think it was a place called Bedrocks at the time.
Yes.
It's like 2 places down.
Yeah. Drinking some
steps
beers
away.
there, somebody gave me a shot, and then from there on, everything got blank. And then the next morning, I remember waking up, and my dad is like, Y, F, F, F. Every other word was like the F word, and I'm like, oh, I effed up. I mean, I did something bad. But.
It's funny because it's one of those things where I turned 21. Like, I took 2 years off and then went to college. So I actually turned 21 after my first year of college. So the time after I graduated high school, before I went to college, I made friends with people who had gone to college and come back here in town. And then when I went away to college, since I was older, I made friends with people who were, a year or two older. They was always having parties. So then when it was my 21st birthday,
You were that guy.
Well, I had this mix. I had this mix of people who were all older than me. And people I'd been drinking with for like 2, 3, 4 years. So we'd go into a bar, and normally what would happen is I'd walk into a bar with all these guys, and I wasn't 21, so I'd walk in and go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Waitress comes up, asks for drinks, checks everybody's ID, whatever. I come from the back and sit down at their table. Hey, what's going on, guys? I'll have a whatever. And she goes, okay. She assumes I've already been there because I came from the back.
Right.
Are
we talking about the infamous brew house here at this point?
Oh, that one's the best with the double entrance.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, because I would do that at the brew house all the time.
I was
the
a
back
backdoor man at that bar for a long time.
So on my 21st birthday, we go downtown and we start going into all the bars. And it's like, yeah, it's my birthday, and they're like, oh, okay, whatever, we just.
Oh,
and
like,
I go,
oh.
I turned 21, and I hand them my ID, and they're like, you've been drinking here for 3 years, and now you're turning 21.
I had the exact same thing when I turned 18. My brother turned 21, and he was living up in Wisconsin, and I went and got his driver's license. And so they were always like, hey Joe, hey Joe, hey Joe. And when it was my 21st birthday, I was just like, it's my 21st birthday. And actually, there was 2 bars that kicked me out. There was.
Oh,
they were
pissed,
really, really mad. And I see them to like this day, and they're just like, we really thought. And, and they were mad. They were mad.
So,
and you know what? I can't knock them.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I understand because you have a job to do, and I totally took advantage of that.
Right,
but at the same time,
But
yeah, we went to Two Brothers, we went to D.H. Brown's, we went to the Brew House, we went to the Alamo, like everywhere, just like birthday drinks. I'm 21, woo! Someone bought me a bottle of champagne.
Nice.
I chugged the entire thing without taking a breath.
Wow.
Just like bottle of champagne, I was like, woo!
Oh, man. Wow.
Oh, yeah! And they're all like, we were going to share
I had 2 kegs of Bell's, I think it was Bell's Amber.
Wow.
Some kind of like Bell's beer. 2 kegs of Bell's.
Wow.
And it was like this crazy combination of people playing music in my kitchen. Like,
just
it was
to
a
think.
band. It was like electric band playing in my kitchen on my birthday.
And just to think, all these stories that we had in this podcast is now 21.
I know.
That's that.
I
Yeah,
know.
this is your celebration.
So many years later, we're not going to
Celebrate the
talk about
21st birthday.
So
of
here
this
we are.
podcast.
We're back. Those that have endured the first half.
That was a long
Yeah.
first segment. Although I think we've had longer in the past.
But it was good. It was very
pretty long.
informative.
That always seems to go on for a long time, though. So I mean,
you have a lot of picks.
Well, you can always tell the shows where we have nothing to say because they're really short.
Welcome to our 35-minute episode. We didn't read anything this week.
But we need to get an episode in, so...
I heard that in this book something's happening.
A friend of a friend told me I need to buy Superman.
Boy, this is good brandy.
It is.
Because she's a fine girl.
If I had a sore throat, like if I had a cold or a cough, this would totally be my grandpa's cough syrup.
You know what? If you like pinch your nose, it's
Remember
NyQuil.
how much you poured me that last one?
Yeah, you want the same amount?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't very much. I just gave you.
No, it wasn't. But actually,
I gave you a splash.
This is some fine brandy. Because she's a fine girl.
And you know, just
Actually,
in the spirit of Comiholics, we always drink cheap liquor here too.
Well, this is Paul Masson.
Yeah.
Known for his highbrow alcoholic flavors. I remember buying the 1-gallon jug of wine from this fine gentleman when I was 19 years old.
I know Paul well. I have him on speed dial. Paul, what do? I need another bottle.
Actually, I had a friend one time. Here's another random story for you.
Oh gosh, we're good. This is banter.
Now
banter moment.
We're 21. We're drinking.
Woohoo!
I didn't learn to drive until I was 29 years old.
I remember this.
So
I know this story.
I was always bumming rides or walking.
Right.
Really?
And yeah, well, it's one of those things.
You take the bus.
When I was in high school, my dad said I had to have a B average in order to get my driver's license. Right?
Uh-huh.
I was in the high track math, the high track English, the high track blah blah whatever. And it came time to do driver's ed, and I'm like, I've got a B average, and my dad goes, "You don't have a B average." I said, "Yeah, I do," and he's like, "No, you have a 3.8. That's a B minus." Whatever. I had a B minus average, not a B average. So therefore, I couldn't take behind the wheel.
Oh.
So I said, I'm not driving. And I just gave up. I was like, not doing it. And I dropped to the easier math class. I dropped to the easier English class. I just basically went to my guidance counselor. I said, what do I need to graduate? Because I'm done. Like, I'm not going to be in National Honor Society.
He was Amish dirt.
I'm like, I'm done. Just get me through school.
Amish dirt.
I didn't.
Is it. You are now
Amish dirt. Man,
I was always bumming rides off people. Always, or I would just walk until 29. I would just walk or take the bus and there were times I'd be downtown drinking.
I had an internal bet that you were going to get in a car wreck. Because I was like, how does a guy go till he's 29 and then start driving without starting wrecking right away?
Wow.
You know what I mean?
So lawnmower? Did you drive one of those things? This is so far off of comics right now.
So here's the thing. I would drink downtown. All the bars in Springfield are downtown, right? Yeah. I mean, you got a couple of neighborhoods, but you don't really want to drink in those.
Years back here then too. Oh.
Yeah. So you'd go downtown, you drink, and then you got to get back home. And so I would just walk. It'd be 3 o'clock in the morning, Dr. J's, Mr. J's, whatever that was.
Mr. J.
Mr. J's.
Wasn't it Mr. J's?
No, it was Mr. Ted's and Mr. J's. So it was Mr. J's.
I sure wasn't Dr.
No, there's no doctors.
That's someone else.
They never got that high of an education.
We were not going to Dr. Dre's in the late 90s. I guarantee you.
But
one of us walked into Dr. Dre's in the late 90s. One of us isn't walking out.
So anyway, leaving Jay's. He had those they had those paintings.
It had the worst bathroom in Springfield.
And people always doing coke in it.
Yeah,
and,
like on the toilet seats.
Yeah, there was that.
But they had paintings on the front of the building of a guy playing saxophone and a jazz singer. It's like, that's not the bar it was. But anyway, so I'm leaving there. It was a 3 o'clock bar, so I'm leaving there 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm walking home. And a couple miles to get home. No big deal. 3 o'clock in the morning walking, and I get a couple blocks down, and friend who I hadn't seen for 3 or 4 years pulls up. He's like, "Hey, can I give you a ride? Whatever." I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And we get in, and he's like, "Oh, I was at this party and I was hanging out with these people. I got this bottle of wine we didn't drink. If you want it." And it was a bottle of Paul Masson. And it was like...
Oh, we're circling back to the Paul
Masson. Exactly.
Masson.
That's what this story is.
And because that's the kind of quality content you get with
It's this huge bottle. It was
There's always a backstory.
It was like the 1-gallon jug glass bottle with the handle built in. The ones that look like the moonshine bottle out of glass with the built-in tiny little glass handle. And he's like, "We didn't even drink it if you want it." And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So I had it in my hand, and he drops me off at home, and I go walking in, and for whatever reason, my mom's up. My mom was never up. My parents went to bed at 10 o'clock at night every night to get up at 6:30 in the morning. 3 o'clock, 3:30, whatever it is, I walk in. I've got this 1-gallon bottle of wine in my hand, Parmesan, which is just like the cheapest dirt wine that you can have. And my mom's like, "Oh, did you have fun?" And I'm just like, thunk! As I set it down on the table, I was like, "Yep, good night," and I just kind of fall back on the couch.
Oh, she was probably so proud of you.
And she goes, and I know that the one thought in her mind was, well, at least he didn't drive.
Yeah, good. Very good.
And there you go.
There we go. That's the Comiholics full circle 21 story. The 21 Jump Street, if you will.
So, crack open a beer, and let's talk about some boys who are cows.
No. Or cows that are boys.
I don't know. How does it work out? Wait, is this mine and that one's yours?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is not autographed, so I know it's mine.
Mine is.
Yours is autographed.
By Nate.
Mr. Cosby himself, Bill.
Oh!
Jello pudding.
Pudding pop!
You put the pop in the pudding.
No wonder writers and artists hate us.
Nate Cosby's a fine man, but forever now he's going to be the pudding pop guy.
You are now Bill Cosby.
He's going to try to get a job at Marvel, and they're going to be like, "Oh, you're the pudding pop guy."
No,
Please
actually,
don't hate me.
No. Actually, I really enjoyed meeting Nate. Great guy. Actually, I was really enthusiastic about reading this book after being in the panel. His interpretation of his book in the panel won me over right away. I wanted to run back to Archaia and buy it right then. In fact, I did, and the line was so long, I had to put my books down because I had to get to another panel, so I had to buy them the next day.
Didn't their internet drop out because they couldn't process the credit cards?
They were running slow.
They were having a problem there.
But no, Nate was and actually, I think I was reading, he's from the South. Well,
I think it says actually in here in the back, he's from...
He lives in Mississippi.
Born in Memphis, raised in Mississippi.
Yeah, there you go.
He worked at Marvel for 6 years, working on books like Thor, The Mighty Avengers, Wonderful Wizard of Oz, Marvelous Land of Oz, X-Men First Class, Spider-Man, Pride and Prejudice, Sense and Sensibility, and many others. Worked on the relaunch of PBS's Electric Company. He edited Immortals, Gods and Heroes, co-wrote Jim Henson's The Storyteller for Archaia. Currently writes Buddy Cops for Dark Horse and Pigs for Image. And Pigs is actually a book that I've talked about on here before.
Okay.
That I enjoyed. So
yeah, one of your ongoing that you were reading, right?
Which has fallen behind, and I'm not sure why. All right. So anyway, now I had read the story in the Free Comic Book Day before that, and and so I was like, "Oh, Cowboy is one I want to look for." And then they announced we were at the panel, and they go, "It just came out." 2 days ago. We were there on Friday, and they're like, it just came out on Wednesday. And I was like, oh, I have to go buy that. And you were like, well, it's good. I think I want to buy that. And I'm like, yeah, I think you'll like it. So.
You hid that from me.
I did indeed.
You hid all that Free Comic Book Day from me.
Uh-huh.
I'll remember that next Free
You're
Comic
welcome.
Book Day. I'm going to stalk your house.
Well, see what they do.
He's bringing a bigger box this week.
Well, here's something. If you may not know this, if you're the average person just goes out for your free comics on Free Comic Book Day, those are not free to the stores.
No.
We have to pay to get those comics to give them away to you. And what they do is the whole month before Free Comic Book Day is they break it up into segments and they ship it out a segment at a time. So we still don't have all the books. We got some books 4 weeks ago, and we still don't have all of them because they slowly break them out because they're charging us for them, and we can't turn around and sell them and make any money off of them. So instead of having one week where you're hit with all of it, you get a little bit, over the course of time. And I think the hardcover was the first thing we got because it was a whole box by itself.
Let me ask you, as a merchandiser, is it mandatory that you do Free Comic Book Day?
No. Well, no, because you have to pay for it.
Okay.
So if a store doesn't want to do it at all,
I'm
they
just
don't
saying.
pay
So
for
it's
it.
not like, oh, well, you have to because you sell comic books.
No.
Okay.
No. And you order in whatever quantity you want to.
Okay. Now that we've gotten completely way off subject of Cowboy,
all right, let's get back.
It's not one word. It's Cowboy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how would you, in simplest terms...
A Boy and His Horse, a Western graphic novel.
Okay, well, besides what's actually printed on the book, what how would you...
I thought it was really funny that in the panel, like right away, Nate said, it's not Calvin and Hobbes.
Chris Iliopoulos' artwork does look a lot like Calvin and Hobbes. I mean, he's obviously inspired by that. And
well, even Nate said when he decided, whatever the decision was made to collaborate, that, you know, I mean, he really liked the work that Iliopoulos was doing.
Well,
and he had, like, this creative idea that inspired the book.
Well, Chris Iliopoulos actually worked at Marvel. He did all the Franklin Richards books. Franklin Richards, Son of a Genius books that looked like Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes. And he used to do these books that were, I don't even remember what they called, but they were basically the Avengers as little kids.
Okay.
And
it's like Tiny Titans.
Kind of like Tiny Titans, except the Marvel side. He was doing them. And so I was kind of familiar with his artwork anyway, you know, just from some of that stuff. So when they said he was doing this book, I was like, oh, that's going to look so precious.
Okay, what's great, once again...
Archaia goes all out on the hardcovers.
Yeah.
Oh, here's something. Archaia announced that they got feedback from retailers. One of the things that retailers said is that when they put the dust jacket on the book, it's the first thing to get ripped. And when customers come in and look... They look at it.
Oh, they
and
see a ripped-up dust jacket.
And they put it back on the shelf. So Archaia no longer puts the dust jackets on.
Okay.
So they put more work into the actual hardcover cover.
Because they're not wasting money on a dust jacket.
Exactly.
Which, you know what? Dust jackets do get all torn up.
They do.
And it's like, if you're going to own something, you're going to handle it and feel it. Like, each of us has this book in our hands.
Right.
The dust jacket just doesn't feel right. It's like,
well, and I always I read hardcover books.
I don't want to get dirty, but it's like wearing
protection.
It's like wearing a certain latex. Hold on. It's like wearing a certain latex substance when in the act of some form of coitus you prefer not to have it on.
You watch Big Bang Theory tonight? But yeah, I mean, I buy hardcover, books to read, novels and whatnot, and the first thing I always do is take off the dust jacket and set it aside, because it's going to get ripped up anytime you carry it around, right? So they don't do that anymore, and so now everything is right on the hardcover, and it's got this, like, old book texture
the lettering of the first 3 pages, like, takes you, like, right back to
it looks like a wanted poster from... What?
It's nice. And the first thing I'm going to comment that I love about the writing style about this book is that it has that old-timey dialogue. that like
you ain't gonna get no deader.
And yeah, exactly. No. And like you almost kind of forget like how to speak that way and how to read that way. So when you're reading this book, you have to actually kind of like step back and read another bubble to like kind of get it. You know what I'm saying? Like the slang and dialogue, like you lose it.
The best perspective was, me being kind of out of the actual reading biz for a minute, and when we first got here, before any of these recordings actually started, Apocalypse and Dirt had actually handed me some of these, and I read a little bit, and the first thing that came to my mind was Calvin and Hobbes.
Yeah.
And I know that sounds corny, but I really thought that.
I mean, that's with the artwork.
And then I started to read some of the bubbles because I knew this was something I'd probably read, so I picked something in the middle, and I had to flip back a page because, just like Apocalypse said, the dialogue itself, it seemed very... non-Kelvin and Hobbes. I mean, I don't know. I don't know any other way to describe it.
This is not.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they're not swearing.
No,
like that.
No, it's just the dialogue and just the dialect itself.
So basically, this is like I would translate into like 3 or 4 issues.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely several issues worth.
With which I love is brilliant. It's almost like this little vignette.
In between each one, they got a different writer and
artist. It's like kind of like
a
pop story. It's not. It has no relevance to the story. It's
there's one where it's like you see a guy, you see smoke in the distance, and a woman looks out over the hills and sees the smoke. She gets on her horse. She rides across the hills. She gets off. She walks up, and there's a man sitting around the fire, and she goes, "I got your message. I will marry you.
Yeah.
He was sending smoke signals in the distance, you know?
The man with no underpants. I love that story.
I mean, they're all silly in one way or another. Some with their delivery, some with the content.
I love happy endings.
I mean, it's just... all of those little vignettes are a nice touch. Like, at first, when I first saw them, it kind of took me out of it, and I was a little like, oh. But after you read a couple of them, then you start to get like, okay.
I think it was just kind of like that whole,
little stage
you know,
so both
like
of you guys
old
have
time
it.
movie.
The old gray mare.
I put in a nickel and yeah.
Both of you guys have it in hard covers here, but yeah, one's signed and one is not, to my understanding.
Yes,
so
mine is not signed.
If you guys were to see this on the shelves, would you buy it?
Oh,
obviously.
Yeah.
It's $20. All ages book from Archaia. It's actually
Has writing for E.
it's about the size.
It's really small. Actually.
It's smaller than the regular hardcover, smaller than an actual comic, but bigger than digest size. I
If
mean,
you've
it's really
got
hard
like a
to-
Nook in your hand, it's about that size.
well, here's a Kindle.
Yeah.
It's bigger than a Kindle. It's
No.
about the size of your tablet, actually.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay. Well, if you have a Galaxy tablet, it's a little bit smaller.
Yeah, that's
Same size as a mouse guard.
yeah. Those are the same size. They're probably printed at the same place.
Okay. So let's actually get back to the story.
Okay, so basically the idea is this kid came from a bad old Western family. Here, we'll just switch one around. Oh, no, I don't got a book.
I got the signed one.
This kid comes from like this rotten family. Everybody in his family was mean and awful and a cheat and a liar, murderer, whatever. And so somehow, at the age of like 8 or something, he decides that he is going to turn on his family and start turning them in for the bounties that are against him. So he's this little kid. He's got a shotgun with a little horse head on it.
It looks like a horse, like on a stick.
Yeah, it looks like a horse on a stick that a little kid toy would have, but it's actually a shotgun. And he starts hunting down his family members to turn them in for the bounty.
Yeah, he's become a bounty hunter.
But that's his horse.
Well, no, it's not his horse.
The horse that he rides is a horse he borrowed.
Yeah.
His horse
The mystery
is the
behind
one
the
in his
horse.
hand.
The mystery behind the horse
okay.
that he's borrowed never gets solved, I don't think, in this.
I don't think
Unless
so.
I'm mistaken.
Can we go back to that verbiage for just a second? I don't aim to stay long. And it is a T with that big old apostrophe. Stay. Stay.
Here's one.
Stay.
Here's one. My story begins on the river. I was cane poling for crappie with some bacon fat and rutabaga I stole from was given by my mama. I mean, that's exactly how it's written.
Here's a portion where like
hogwash.
He's taken his dad from a sheriff's, like in a small
Like he
town.
busts him out of the sheriff's
Yeah.
office so that he could go turn him in for the bounty.
So he's got his dad. He's riding along through the desert, and there's this spot. All we ate was prairie biscuits and a rattlesnake I killed. Yeah, it's just and there's
Well, and of course he's the kid. Like he goes into town, they won't let him into the bar. Like the bartender tells him to get out, so he's got to break out the gun.
Yeah,
and make
because
his
there's
point.
obviously it's like this kid who's a bounty hunter, and of course like it throws up these like when I first picked up the book, I'm like, oh, how am I going to absorb this? You know, a kid who's a bounty hunter chasing down his family who are you know, a bunch of criminals.
No, the same way I did just at least an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
So yeah, so yeah, just picking this up and
okay, I'm sorry. There's this scene. The bartender kicks him out, so he loads up his shotgun. He goes in, and blasts the place to bits, and you know he asks again where his dad is, and they tell him, and he says to the bartender, "You on your knees." And so you see the bartender kind of slowly walk over and get down, and the boy just reaches out and rips off half his mustache, and then punches him in the face, uppercuts him with a handful of mustache.
now something that I did notice is a lot of the air bubbles, even with actions and I guess in comic words, more like climatic scenes, they actually enunciate what they are doing. You know. Hurting, or if it's, you know, a cuss word, it could be like scratched out.
Right.
You know, we see a lot of that, and it's, I don't want to say stylistic, but yet it still has a good flow to it. And I don't want to hurt it by saying the Calvin and Hobbes, because I don't mean it in a bad way, because it's very eye-pleasing to look at, and all the borders seem to like flow very, very, very well. The cells seem to go very, very well. But yet, at the same time, it seems a little bit more grown up-ish. It has...
Well, I mean, it's his own style. And he's
is.
obviously inspired by Calvin and Hobbes, but he's not trying to be Calvin.
No. And
so, I mean, it's got that nice kind of playful, innocent quality to it in his artwork, but at the same time...
But the one thing that is like Calvin and Hobbes, you just can't put it down. You could just, like, keep reading it.
You do
like,
just want to keep going,
If this book was, like, twice as thick, I would read it twice as fast.
Well, and here's the thing. Chris Iliopoulos is also a letterer. I mean, that's what he does. Most of his work is lettering. And so this whole book is hand-lettered by him. All the sound effect bubbles are things he actually drew.
Wow.
He drew the sound. None of that's done by computer, which is very unusual in this day and age. So that was really interesting. Here's a question for you. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but what do you think of the very last story? Like the last 6 pages? When he goes to meet his grandfather? Wasn't that heart-wrenching?
It was, because you knew the whole time the kid had his mind made up what he was going to do.
So it pulled you guys closer to the story?
Yeah. Like, I'm ready for the next hardcover.
Which won't be out for like 3
Dirt,
years,
did you feel the same way too?
It was one of those things where you read it, the final story in the book. Like, I don't want to spoil it too much.
No.
But the final story of the book is you finally get to see him in a positive environment for a change.
Yeah.
He's not shooting anybody. He doesn't have to fight anybody.
Right.
He's
it's
visiting
very
his
relaxed.
grandpa.
He's visiting his grandpa.
He smiles. He plays. He laughs with his grandpa.
They share like old times.
Right, and then there's this heart-wrenching moment that happens.
When
I don't want to give anything away. There's this heart-wrenching moment that happens, and then suddenly it was just like the gravity of the book hits you again. Like because like you say, the artwork is so playful that you see him playing around and having fun and whatever, and then suddenly something happens, and it was just like boom! It was like 1,000 tons of weight just kind of hits you, and you're just like right in the heart. You're
so the story is thick then. I mean, it is really good.
There's definitely something more to the story than just like this fun little kid that shoots things.
So an interesting concept is that you do have something good, very positive storyline. Easy on the eye artwork, but yet one thing I will say is like the color, and if this could be a definition, I don't know if it would be, but dingy or more dicey.
Well, it wants to look dirty like the Old West.
Yes, it's very. I don't want to say bland because it's not that. Like you see some reds, you
muted.
There's not any like bright colors that pop in.
Well, look here in the Free Comic Book Day one. Look at this version.
Oh, glossy paper. Ooh,
yeah, I was going to say,
difference.
It's the same artwork, the same coloring style, everything. It's just on glossy paper, so it's brighter, and it looks a little cleaner, whereas in the actual hardcover, it's on like a textured, matted paper.
But it's beautiful, though. I like that.
Yeah, and so on there, you can see, you get a better idea of how they're trying to make it look dirty and dusty like the Old West, even though it's a very clean, very easy to follow style. It comes through in the colors instead of him like drawing dirt on everything. There are a lot of artists
and didn't
that
you
when
think
they
that Boyd
draw
was
lines,
such a badass though? Didn't you just love him?
Oh yeah, I wouldn't cross that kid.
No,
I wouldn't cross that kid for anything.
No, he's like cold. He's like Clint Eastwood and like John Wayne meets
that kid.
Yep.
No, yeah.
That's him.
Boyd,
but without his hat right there. Yeah.
I just loved his style. Like he'd walk up into a scene, and he's a kid, and he's
like this tiny little kid. He looks like he's 2 feet tall. And he's like, I'm looking for the sheriff's office, aiming to claim a bounty on an outlaw.
And at some point, like towards the middle or end of the book, people start taking him seriously.
Right. Well, and especially because when his family members realize that, like, oh, he's here for me. Like, oh, now it's on. I mean, it's like, oh, okay.
Even his dad was like, oh, my son ain't playing. But like his dad was like a strange, like a deadbeat,
Right.
And like you could tell the kid just like had no love for his dad.
And did you read the little text story about he had the wagon that his dad gave him?
Was
and
that?
I think it was towards the end of the book. There's like a 1-page. Right there.
Oh no, I didn't read that.
It's just tucked away there at the end. It's like the very last page of the book is this text story of what turned him from an innocent, fun little kid
Oh,
to.
I missed all that.
Yeah,
That's
see, there you go, right there.
So if I didn't have me a wag when I was growing up, I'd be pretty salty too.
Are you talking the short story?
Yeah, that page right there.
I'd find me a horse.
Do you guys
And you
remember
would-
Four Eyes?
The what?
4 Eyes?
4 Eyes.
Yeah.
I wear glasses.
No,
you
it
would
can't-
start a fight.
Well, yeah.
Well,
But
that's more brandy.
it came out on Image. It came out on Image back in
It was called
maybe,
4 Eyes?
It was called 4 Eyes.
It was like a small 4-issue series, or was it like a
I think
big...
maybe 3 or 4. No, it was
Okay, well, let's
very
do
well
it.
written.
And
Listen,
it was
and that's
about what?
this kid, and it was back maybe during the 20s, 30s era, and his father was a fighter and a boxer, but yet the son exploring because he maybe came of certain descent to a new country, or maybe
Terrible
blah, blah, blah,
story.
blah, blah. But yet he discovered some eggs, and he cared and nurtured, and they became dragons. And so yet,
Wow.
at the same, there's kind of like a story.
Is this
that-
like a manga story? Or?
No. And
Who was a publisher?
it was Image.
What was the Image?
Image came out. Yeah, it was called 4 Eyes. But yet
I'll check it out.
the artwork
I love
was
dragons.
Very clean.
we mentioned kind of like dingy. And in some of these later ones I was noticing here in Cowboy is that it reminded me a very solid like that. Like it was something that the artwork drew you to read the caption and what direction to. Anyhow, no, this once again from my perspective, this would be a great buy. 1995.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'd pay for it.
Hardcover.
The only thing is, it's a quick read. That's my only complaint.
It is
But
a
it would
good
be
read.
nice in the
I
collection.
think I read mine when my daughter was taking a nap.
Yeah,
It was that
but
quick.
you can read it again.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I've read it 2
Is
or 3
it on
times.
Archaia Comixology? Is it on Comixology?
I don't believe so.
Yeah. All right. Well, one of the things that Comixology was talking about in the panel is that because I think I brought the question up.
Check. Pull it up. You've got a tablet. Pull up Comixology. Look for
Brandy.
Cowboy.
It's not on there. I don't think it is.
Well, check.
I'm looking.
You're a fine girl.
I have technology. I'll ask the questions. So check
I'm
it.
just gonna
I have a
ask you-
smartphone. It tells me what to do.
Change
How
your
do I
pants.
function today?
But yet, I will tell you when I want to plug you in.
Whoa.
You want to be charged? Not
Hey,
now.
Siri.
Featured.
Am I allowed to like this
Publishers.
movie? No, you are not. It is not on the approved list.
Archaia. There was a question I presented during the panel to Comixology regarding what? Oh, what's going on here? It's like
Hunk's going for a ride.
Hunk's going for a ride on the
Action.
camera.
Action figure fun. All right,
Uh,
now you ask a question.
No, Cowboy is not on here. Is not amongst their list.
Okay.
My question was what are their challenges trying to get other publishers on board to going digital?
And they said,
Yeah, most definitely. I guess it was kind of a vague question, I guess. But what I was trying to draw from them is what do they do to try to get them to accept it?
So what was your answer?
Well, what basically their answer was, that in more or less it promoted paper copies, the digital copies, that people were still buying the paper copies.
So what was the attraction, though? I mean, was it more just to have...
No, yeah, to have right away in their hands,
Right.
because I think a lot of people, and like myself, they'll buy the first issue digitally, and
to see if they like it.
and
then
if
go buy the
they're
paper.
in love with it, they want the paper,
But yeah, that kind of goes back to what Dirt was saying earlier about how he was able to get an issue how many days before?
You mean the Justice League one?
Oh, that
Yeah.
was an accident.
Yeah, that was an accident, though.
It was an accident, but yet, so wouldn't that want people to, I don't know, maybe
Which
leer
raises
more towards to the
and I also
digital?
I also raised this other question to Comixology about all right, for example, right now with Comixology, you can gift a comic book. I can buy Dirt, like Ultimate Fantastic Four Volume 3, and just like send it to him if he has an account. But what if he hated it? You know, wouldn't it be cool if I could just send him $15? You know, to an account.
The way
like a gift card.
Yeah, I hear you, but there's still that value because you had actually done that to me like the old-fashioned way by like actually buying forward a comic.
Right.
And still, once again, I appreciate that you did that, and I will pay you back someday. But
no.
Not now. But yeah, you got me in. What? I think it was a Kick-Ass.
It may have been a Kick-Ass or whatever.
But yeah, because you went
to
to like your first C2E2.
That's just brother love and comic book love
totally.
there. You know, that's just.
No, actually, I remember now. It was a haunt. You got me a haunt.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, and that still to me is a very compelling story. Not gonna getting off that subject.
But going back.
Yeah, what was the point of this?
Archaia.
Okay.
And and then Comixology.
Okay.
It's not available on Comixology right now.
And that's a problem?
No, it's not a problem. What Comixology was talking about is a lot of these publishers are doing like a test market where they'll just put out several different labels and see like if that works, you know. And if that doesn't work, then then they'll try something else. And they were also talking about like letting in from the backside.
What does that have to do with Cowboy?
Like we got there somewhere.
I'm trying to get the connection on these stories. Like
Dirt
back
21.
To Cowboy.
Right, 21st birthday. Woo! I'm gonna drink this.
Back to the horse. Don't you love the horse? I love the horse.
The gun or the real horse?
No, the horse in this. What's his name? Chi-Chi or Cece or
the one that has a mind of its own?
Yeah,
he sits when he wants to.
Yeah, like he doesn't like sit like a dog, you know?
Well, because he's small. How is he going to climb up on the horse unless the horse is all the way on the ground?
Yeah, but it's a highly trained horse.
Well, this is a highly trained boy. I don't know if you've noticed that, but
he's an expert in weapons.
But isn't it funny? Like in the first issue, like he's plugging up his little shotgun toy, which looks like just like little pea shooter bullets.
Like whoop, whoop,
yeah.
And then walks in and just blows that bar to pieces.
Yeah. Oh, which like he's like walking away from the flaming scene.
Yeah, he's doing that hero walk away where something's exploding.
Didn't we just watch that earlier?
Yes, exactly.
Explosions.
Cool guys walk away from explosions.
Okay, so it starts off with his dad right away. Like that's the first story. Is him getting His brother.
I think those are really the only two, right?
And then we're not going to give away the end. Well, no, but then there's this whole interaction after his brother with the black guy in the barn.
Oh, I forgot about that story. Right,
where he gets bullied.
He stands up for the black guy, and the black guy's like, "Well, great. All I had to do was take a beating, and I had a place to sleep for the night. And now you got in the way, and now I got to go find another place because they'll be back and they'll just beat me twice as bad." Which is a completely different...
No, actually, that's before his brother.
Well, I know that's in between the two. But yeah, I'd completely forgotten about that story because that's another one of those stories where you read it. Because your first reaction is you see a guy getting beat up by a bunch of racists, and you're like, yeah, I'm going to step in here and take care of some of this business. And then he does, and it has the opposite effect. Mm-hmm. And they're just like, I never would have thought of it from that perspective.
And then it goes into like the abuse his brother gave him, where he threw him in the pig barn.
And then he goes to grab his brother, and then there's the whole thing about the family history, and I mean, there's you may borrow it.
It's like simple. It's a simple.
I want
book.
it back though.
No,
you
cannot
cannot
get
keep
it back.
that.
No, you won't get it back.
But the stories all tie in well together.
They make a coherent universe.
Yes.
None of them feel out of place with any of the others.
Well crafted. I'm impressed with the writer, the artist.
Free comic book day this weekend when you go out and you pick up the hardcover from Archaia. First of all, if your retailer doesn't have the Archaia Free Comic Book Day hardcover, find a new retailer. Second of all, you get that hardcover, read the Cowboy story, and if you are not compelled to find the hardcover and read it, then just stop reading.
Yeah, there's something wrong with you.
Just stop comics, stop novels, stop newspapers. nutritional warning. Like if you're allergic to peanuts,
Yeah,
and they
don't
die,
read the label.
just stop reading labels.
You're at that part of the stadium, the non-peanut side. What?
Okay.
Oh, you got something?
Yes.
Oh, wait, okay, so are we done with Cowboy then?
Yeah, we're done
All
with
right,
Cowboy.
so now you're going to bring up something else?
Yeah, I want to talk about favorite episodes.
God, we're like 40 minutes into part 2.
Well, this is it though.
Oh, man, it's so long.
This is really it.
Oh, I'm fainting.
Brandy.
I'm losing. Brandy's having that effect on me. She is a fine girl. What do I? She would be.
Brandy.
Where is my pop?
And that guy had no other hits, huh?
You know what? I just wanted to have that guy's job. That's all he did.
he had the one song. He's a one-hit wonder.
Fine girl.
How come he never had a follow-up? Sally, you're a good woman.
Hey, Steve, we got a job for you. Yeah. Come over here to sing the song. Brandy.
A little bit of Veronica in my life. Wait, is that Mambo number 5?
What? What the hell are you talking about at this point?
I don't know. I've been drinking.
No, what I wanted to talk about was just kind of a reflection of
Comiholics, huh?
Comiholics. So I'm trying to pull up.
Have we done? We've done these before.
Yes, we've done.
This is not the first episode,
No,
huh?
it may feel like that.
It feels like I was just born. Like I was just popped out.
How do I get to? I know there's about, including Comiholics Light. This is actually like 25 episodes.
Yeah, but those aren't full episodes.
If you take light out of it, it is number 21.
Yes.
21 of the real show.
Right.
So, okay, so what do you want to talk about? What are you trying to find? Just go to
just
Comiholics.com.
Every good uncle takes his nephew out on his 21st birthday.
That's right. Well, first of all, DJ House was there with us with 345 or 346. Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Very early on. I think we had done the... Oh, actually, I think you were here for one of the Comiholics at the bar. Out in the garage.
Out in the garage.
We did one at his
I brought
house.
the heater.
And then at his house. So it was like the bar. Yeah, okay. We even tried doing one at a local bar here in town that a friend of mine owns.
Good.
I thought that one was fine. You didn't like it, but I thought the episode turned out okay.
I did. Actually, you stuck to it. You guys.
It was just a little I felt uncomfortable.
But you actually stuck to it. Maybe that was what made it better. Was that you felt uncomfortable?
The inner
so
tension made me focus.
You were direct, and no, you guys talked well. And I've listened up to like at least the last 5. I think I haven't heard those. But
well then.
No.
Oh,
I'm one of those followers.
You don't got time. Of course, each episode is 3 hours
May
long.
May the Lord bless you and keep you for listening that far.
No. I'm one of those
Well, okay, so I'm just pulling up Comiholics.com. And you want to go through some of the old ones and talk about some of the books that we discussed?
Actually, we talked on that break earlier about Swamp Thing. Was that the Terry Moore? Alan Moore.
Yes.
Sorry.
Terry
Terry Moore. Yeah, never mind. That's a long other story we don't want to talk about on here.
I remember Terry. What do you think were some of the highlights of some of the because there were a couple of titles that we covered that stretched over several different Comiholics. For example, Sword.
Yeah. Had the different series of Air, Fire, Water.
Yeah, it was 4 volumes.
Yeah. Once again, the Luna Brothers.
You
love
turned
those
us
guys.
on to it.
Oh my goodness, those guys are fantastic. They have very good writing, and the thing that I do like is they work together so well, even down to like the nitty gritty. That one of them's doing the artwork, the other one's doing some of the coloring or maybe inking, and they work off each other, and then they also hire in people. So they keep it close niche. And
well, what I liked about the 4 volumes is it was consistent.
Yes.
It didn't skip a beat.
Yes.
Everything flowed completely. It was one big,
issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the one other aspect of that, and this is a spoiler alert, so if you haven't read it,
oh no, we've already spoiled everything to do with Sword. You can go ahead.
Man, this one to even find out about the 4th sibling, still that's the jizz in the pants. I mean, it really is.
Wow.
Oh, hold on.
All right.
What time was that?
But hey, they showed on YouTube, so we can.
Yeah.
It really can.
There's stuff on YouTube that we can't.
It really is, because I have
was
to
a coup de
admit,
grace, so to speak.
up to that point in that comic,
Is that the Luke, I am your father moment?
No. That's the twin sister moment.
The twin sisters.
Oh, the other Star Wars.
Yeah,
moment.
that's
Anybody need a beer? Need a beer?
I just got one.
good.
Okay. All right. The other things that come to mind. We did Ultimate Fantastic Four.
We did
And
that a lot.
we're still covering it.
Well,
and I intend
I don't
to cover
know.
more.
I
You don't
mean,
want to cover it anymore?
Well, I think if we go back to it, we should just read through to the end, because it is a finite series. We should just read through the end and then just kind of discuss the series as an overall. I don't think we need to go through volume by volume by volume on that one.
And then another character trait to Comiholics is because I'm such a huge fan is Deadpool. So I've always made sure that we gotta talk about Deadpool. We gotta talk about Deadpool like every third episode. That's just a compulsive behavior. Maybe because Deadpool lives in my heart.
Another really good one that you guys did a very great spin on was the what is that? The Whitest of Day and Darkest of Night, or
Blackest Day, Blackest Day,
yeah.
Brightest Day, Darkest.
You guys did a summary.
Blackest Night, Brightest Day.
Blackest Day, Brightest Day. Thank you.
Yes, you guys did a summary of that was like very good, and I have to admit, because to me that was like the Secret Invasion. I'm like, I didn't want to buy into every title.
Blackest
label,
Night is actually what intrigued me to want to read DC. I'm a newbie, and that's always been apparent.
No, that was like you guys did that like on 2 and 3. You guys
right,
did that really
and
early.
that's always been the premise of the show. Is I'm very new to comics. I'm in my mid 30s now, and it's only been I think it was 2010 was our first show.
Yeah.
Just about then, and maybe 6 months before that, is when I started collecting comics. So I had a lot to catch up on.
I think you were reading them a little longer than that.
09
before we
at the
started.
best. 09.
Oh, the old Star Wars I was telling you
Yeah.
about. Oh man,
Star Wars Legacy.
Legacy. Oh my goodness, that was such a
you
fantastic
started actually.
line.
DJ House started me on comic books because we worked together, and he's like, "If you're ever going to read a comic book," and he's like, "What do you like?" And I was like, "Well, I like Star Wars." Blah, blah. And he's like, "Oh, read
man.
Legacy."
Legacy is it.
And then you were
It
like,
really
"This
is.
guy's stupid. This is the worst comic book."
No, it's not. Oh, I hate you, Dirt. No, Dirt.
No,
Dirt.
and then I asked Dirt,
Oh,
and then I
man.
asked Dirt, "What should I read next?" And he's like, "Well, what are you reading now?" And he's like, "You know what? Try Dakin."
Okay, wait. Here we go.
Dakin.
Yeah.
Dakin.
Well, I thought it'd be an easy one for him to get into.
We had that actually.
Okay, Comiholics, episode Uno, Friday, August 27th, 2010. This episode, 2 trade paperbacks and 1 original graphic or ongoing series. We look at The Authority, The Lost Year, Volume 1.
I remember that. Wow, that was
A
the first-
God Somewhere.
Yeah.
And
that was good.
And The Walking Dead.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And The Walking Dead, the first time we
Because I
discussed
loaned you a
Walking Dead.
God somewhere, I think, after
Yes,
that.
and then you also The Walking Dead. Yeah, Dirt actually threw all those. Actually, maybe.
Yeah,
both of
you know,
guys
I was
did.
You
actually-
never read? You weren't into Walking Dead?
No, not up.
Oh,
until
get out!
then.
Get out!
No! Wait! I was not up until that point, and then both of you guys threw I don't know if it's okay to talk, but I ended up with so many issues of.
Okay, you found them to read.
You acquired a lot of
yeah.
issues.
You guys gave me all those paperbacks, and I was just like, man, this is awesome.
All right.
Yeah, and actually I was intrigued to see that, Walking Dead was actually in the first issue, or episode.
Second one was I Kill Giants.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. The Sword, Volume 1.
Yes.
And then Welcome to Tranquility, 1 Foot in the Grave. That was about the old folks who were the superheroes, and the one guy gets released from jail after a long time of being run.
Yes. You know what? What is it called again?
Welcome to Tranquility, 1 Foot in the Grave.
I don't remember.
I do remember that because I saw that book and I thought, no, I did put it down for my list, but I didn't want to buy it because it didn't look good. It sounds better than it looked.
Yeah.
So
Let's see. Episode 3, 28 Days Later.
yes,
Which I
Wait,
still...
X-Files?
Okay, that's another one that carried on for many episodes.
The X-Files
We loved
one?
it.
Or
No,
when they're-
28 Days Later.
when they're in Antarctica.
No. 28 Days Later is from like the movie and 20 Days Later.
The zombie,
Yeah,
the version of zombies in Britain. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, anyway.
Yeah, there's 28 days and then weeks
28 weeks later.
Months.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I've actually started going back and buying the trades of 28 Days Later, so I have them on my shelf and I'm reading them again. So there's that. All right. Episode 3 was episode Troy. Halloween episode. Again, talking about... Oh, no, that is the one. 28 Days Later. The first Cross trade paperback.
Yeah, because we were making it real creepy and gory.
Batman the Cult.
Yes.
So that's that one. That was October 2010.
That was a really good episode.
I gotta throw in a buoy to 28 Days Later. I gotta circumvent back to this one.
Okay.
I do. I got a new app on my phone, and I love it so much. It's called Zombie Run.
Zombie Run?
Yeah.
Like a marathon?
Well, you could do it, but I don't do marathons now. A mile to me is fantastic. Yeah, you put in what you want to do, and what I do, I put into my shoe to do bicycle.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yet it takes the GPS signal of your location, and it finds,
Zombies?
No, it does, because there's like the smoke shop or the gas stations, like there's multiples from my area. So as you drive past them or ride past them of me on my bike, zombies come out and try and attack you, and you have different.
What?
Yeah.
Huh.
Whoa. So you have to go faster?
And there's different speeds. You can do like 28 Days Later, they run at you, and they do.
Oh, right.
And then you go.
Or it's like Night of the Living Dead, like, oh.
Yeah, they're
So
all
it's like
slow.
so it's like as you're going past the gas station,
What
the
is
app on
this
your
app
phone
called?
says that here
What
that's
is called Zombie Run?
Okay, I'm all
I'm
about
gonna
it.
check that out.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I'm a mountain biking
I'm
fool.
trying to get off.
So I want to have like 20
I don't wanna
days
get on
later.
that,
No,
but-
it's cool. It's cool.
It really is.
All right. Next up, episode Yawn was episode 4.
Yeah, because we were like going like
We were going for 4. And
we kept playing with like what we were gonna, and you know what? Dirt's genius was to like do like different like languages, and then it evolved into meshing the titles of the books. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Episode 4 was Wildcats 3.0, Superman Earth 1, and Sword Volume 2. Mm-hmm. We got 2 commercial in that one. That was not enough indie. That was
This
the
next
problem.
one reads brand.
Oh, we went commercial indie quite a bit.
All
As
right.
much as we claimed to
Well,
be
because
indie.
we got a lot of review. Someone sends you a review copy, you're going to review it. Episode 5. Episode 5. Wildstorm's Dante's Inferno.
Uh-huh.
Alan Moore's Saga of the Swamp Thing Volume 1.
Yes.
And The Courtyard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
what
yeah.
a great episode.
Yeah, that was actually the.
Oh,
The Courtyard was the premises of.
wait, what was the first title we reviewed?
Dante's Inferno.
I remember. That's one of those like video. That's one of
Sound
those
like a
video.
zombie.
Video game ones. It was,
Yeah.
but the Courtyard was the.
I remember us saying though that
Necronomicon,
video game one, like it was very artful, but it didn't have a lot of
Right.
It didn't have a lot of content to the story, and it was a little okay.
All right. Next up, episode 6, because that's how you say 6 in English. That's a language.
6.
That was the Avatar special.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
no, not that creepy James Cameron movie. Black Summer, Absolution, and the new Lady
Black
Death
Summer.
series.
You
from
recommended
Boundless.
Black
Yeah.
Summer.
I still don't like that one.
I loved Black Summer.
Hey,
All right.
going back.
All right. Next one, episode 7 was episode 6. North 40.
Mm-hmm.
Fresca and Hot Pockets in honor of Deadpool, Merc with a Mouth.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
And then we didn't have another book, but we did have a sausage and cheese platter. So that's,
Take that for you.
That's worth
Taste buds.
being noted there. 8 was episode Ocho.
Ocho.
ESPN 8, the Ocho. Tumor from Archaia, which...
Oh.
Tumor... my mom actually went to a mystery writers convention in
that's
St.
Tumor?
Louis. Tumor was up for an award as one of the top books that year, and it won.
Oh, wow.
Versus novels.
Wow.
It beat out novels as a top mystery. 2 Guns from Boom Studios. And Nemesis. The Marvel book, Nemesis. about the evil genius superhero and the
Oh, okay, yeah.
police commissioner guy. Yeah. All right. When we get to episode 9, which is episode me, we go back to Luna Brothers: The Sword for Volume 3, The Awakening, Volume 1, and The Killer.
And we
Volume
said we were
1.
going to cover the next volume of Awakening. We haven't done that yet, so.
No, I've got it sitting on my shelf. We haven't gotten to it. Well, we keep running out of time. We keep doing this, so we're 55 minutes into this.
That's okay.
And the part 2 here. We're going to go over 2 hours on this one.
This is
again,
21.
We're doing
what?
21.
The listeners are listening.
All right.
Give them what they want.
Comiholics 10. That's when we started. We went to Roman numerals.
Mm-hmm.
Comiholics 10. And this was, let's see, Booster Gold 52 pickup.
Yep.
That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
God Machine Volume 1.
Yeah, that was fun.
Avengers Academy. The Green Lantern movie. And then we had our studio audience for that one.
Mm-hmm.
And then episode 11, Goodbye Sword, Hello Rotten. We did...
Which we said bye-bye Rotten right away.
Okay. Well, anyway, episode 4, or Volume 4 of Sword, so we did do all of Sword.
Yeah.
We did?
We covered all of Sword.
Yeah, I know.
But I wasn't in all of them, though.
No, you weren't in all of them.
Yeah.
Because this was July of 2011. We did that one. Volume 1 of Rotten from Moonstone. And then the DC Universe relaunch. Episode 12 was Detect My Killer Flash. That was Killer Volume 3.
See, I think from now on we need to just mesh the titles. I think that's my favorite.
Killer Volume 3, Flashpoint, and every Flashpoint tie-in
Oh
from
my
DC.
god, that was a long... How long was that?
That was 2 hours and 19 minutes.
Yeah, that was long.
We're going to get close here tonight. Let's see. All of Scott Snyder's run on Detective Comics, and then Communism, Food, Scotch, German Words, and How to Do the Show Correctly. Volume 13 was Lock, My New DC Itself. This was the one at the Old Crow's Mill pub.
Oh, wow, okay.
Take a look at DC, how DC wrapped up Flashpoint started over, how Marvel isn't ruling the scene with fear itself, how Lock and Key is good old horror, the apocalypse can't dance, and how dirt may in fact be dying. I may be dying.
Yeah, we did some podcasts kind of sick, I think, at that point.
we
were
had
both
cold,
like...
it's like, show's got to go on. Comiholics 14, The Terror of DC's number ones. We read every new 52 number one.
Yeah, between the two of us, we did.
Yeah. Holy Terror from Frank Miller. You still have the poster up for that one.
Yes.
Yeah, I love
Looks
that.
good on the fridge.
And a whole bottle of scotch. Bottle of scotch on that one. That's what the note actually says for the episode. And a bottle of scotch.
How do we keep it clean?
So, hey,
you
since
know
we're
what?
at the
We should get a
21.
medal for keeping it clean.
Well, I don't know. This guy in his pants over here. Episode... Wait, okay, hold on. Just a couple more episodes ago. Just a couple more. Episode 15, The Glory of Harbinger Syndrome. We looked at the original Harbinger Volume 1 from Valiant, which, of course, will be relaunching soon. Syndrome from Archaia, which I don't remember at all. What was Syndrome? Oh my gosh, I'm having a big blank. I remember the cover of the book is like the doll of the baby with the head cut open and the brain sitting out. But
oh yeah, it was like okay.
do you have it? Do you still have it here?
Yes, I do.
Hey, that was my copy. What are you doing?
It's your copy. You can have it.
What was that book?
No, actually, I think we enjoyed this book. It was.
Was that the one where they had like the community out in the desert? And they were like building the town.
Yes.
Okay, I remember that.
No, we did. This was a good.
Yeah. Now I remember that one. Okay, that was good. We talked about Morning Glories.
Yeah.
We
need to finish up on that one. Too.
I still love that. And then you talked about.
Do you want this back?
Yeah, I want to read it again.
Okay.
I want to read it. And then we also talked about. You talked about Batman: The Long Halloween. On that one. Episode 16, My Ultimately Invincible Deadpool 4.
See how I get the Deadpool in there? That's right, folks. Deadpool.
Deadpool Max, Ultimate Fantastic Four hardcover volume 1. and Invincible Volume 1 on Comixology, which includes a discussion about Comixology and digital comics as well. It's 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, 1 beer, and a buttload of comics.
Yeah.
All right. Then we did our first Comiholics Light, Episode 1 on Red Skull Incarnate. And that one we did, interestingly enough, because Greg Pak, the writer of it, sent us the code to unlock it and review it on Comixology.
Right. And it was good.
Because we talked about Comixology.
And it was good.
Greg Pak is one of those people that believes in technology and comics and wanted to get that out there, so did that. Light number 2 was Critical Millennium from Archaia, which is that Gasca?
Andrew Gasca.
Gasca, yeah, one of your favorite writers. Comiholics 17, we came back for Ultimate Dark Spider Crystal Man.
Oh, we did Dark Crystal. Oh, that was a good one.
The Dark Crystal hardcover, which was fantastic. Talking about Miles Morales as Peter Parker. Talking about comics currently on the stands. Scotch, Beer 30 O'Clock. Remember that beer? Beer 30
got like this
O'Clock.
like Walgreens beer. That was
No, that was from the gas station. That was like the gas station home brand at Quick and Easy. And the can just said Beer 30 O'Clock.
Oh, no.
And that was the name of the beer.
That sounds dangerous.
Clock.
Oh, no.
Let's see here. No, that's page 2. I was just on page 2. Go to page 1.
See, there was 3 pages there, isn't there?
No, it's 4 pages.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so get it right, jerk.
Nice.
Ooh.
Um,
I love when he talks dirty to me.
Comiholics Light, Episode 3, Betrayal of the Planet of the Apes.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes.
That was you.
What'd you guys think of the new movie?
Huckster.
Can I talk?
I haven't seen it.
You haven't?
I want to. I just never have gotten around to
What,
watching
Planet of the
it.
Apes?
Yeah, the newer one.
With Mark Wahlberg?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Not the Tim Burton one, the one they just did like 6 months ago.
James Franco.
They did a Planet of the Apes movie? Rise of the Planet of the Apes? Is that what it was?
I don't know.
It's all about how it first began, right?
I'm a big James Franco fan, so I'll watch it.
Well,
I hate you guys.
I just haven't watched it. What do you hate me for?
Because
I don't sit and watch movies. I read.
I got time to watch movies. I gotta read. I know, because like, there's like people at work will be like, "Oh, you play video games, blah blah." I don't have time. I have to read comic books. Shut up.
Like, have you played that new game?
No, I don't have time. To read
I have not.
No, seriously,
guys-
I do a video game show,
watch.
and I have time to play like one video game a week.
I seriously watch one movie a year right now. On my
Although the Avengers
And
this
I
week,
watch-
I think I'm gonna go see it at midnight. You want to go?
No,
What?
I'm going to wait on that one. I'm going to wait until it's... No.
You want to go?
Batman. When
Avengers?
Batman comes out, I'm going to St. Louis watch that one in
haven't-
IMAX.
I need to build up. Do you have everything else on copy?
What? The movie?
Yes.
What?
Oh, didn't you
No,
hear
it's
they're
the
doing...
movie. It
Didn't
doesn't matter. You don't have to be...
Our theater is doing the thing where if you pay like $48...
And you can watch all the other 8.
You go there at like 8 o'clock in the
Yeah.
morning and you watch Iron Man and Iron Man 2
no.
and Thor and Captain America.
That's
cool. Actually,
only if I can bring a whole bottle of whiskey in there with me. And like,
hey
free,
kids, you
free
want
access,
your words?
free access to like the snack bar.
All right, hold on. All right. Comiholics 18. That was Caligula's Invincibility.
They can vote then at 18.
That's where we had...
Buy cigarettes.
Yeah, we can vote and buy cigarettes.
we had Tequila, Dos Equis, Invincible Volume 2, and Caligula from Avatar. And it says... It also notes that this is another fun/sloppy/amazing/painful show.
Not like this one.
That's a lot of slashes.
No, this is perfection. This is art.
Comiholics Light Episode 4 was Ultimate Fantastic 4 Volume 2. Then we started our video ones with 19, Walking into Dead Ramblings.
Oh, that was a good one.
Let's see, talking about Walking Dead versus Scream
Actually,
versus...
I think my wife actually listened to that one.
The Walking Dead one?
Yes, my wife is a
difference between the comics and the TV show.
And,
and
go back to
seriously,
C2E2. We got those free Comixology Walking Dead.
I gave one away on Twitter to one of our listeners.
Did you?
Yep.
Oh, awesome! I hooked up my wife with that whole first volume, and I'm hoping that she'll read it. She doesn't like. It's like, okay.
Are you gonna go for zombie bedroom role play? Or
my wife is no. My wife is all
around your eye.
No,
it's gonna look good.
She's all about pop culture. She bought me this shirt, this Green Lantern shirt. She bought me this right before C2E2. Like she's not a she is totally supports my pop culture network experience.
Addiction.
Yes. But she cannot,
we're in the 7th stage.
But she cannot read a comic book. She does not like the fact that like when you read it, it's like stop motion.
Oh,
actually, my wife said something one time where she was like, "If I could figure out how to make a Tron bedroom fantasy, I'd go for it. But I just don't know what the hell that would entail." I was like, please figure it out because I'm all for that. All right, and then Comiholics 22 was simply hot lava.
22. Wait.
22.
That's in the future.
20. Episode 20
doesn't make sense.
Was hot lava because we ate the hottest pizza known to man.
Like burned our mouths.
We had Pabst Blue Ribbon, Comixology 3.0. No, that was here.
No, there's like a video podcast in Chicago.
What'd you guys do at C2E2?
Well, here, hold on.
Hold on.
Oh my god, I'm spoiling.
We're here. Talked about Pabst Blue Ribbon, Comixology 3.0, the history of Hawkman, the value of comic books, and Akko Volume 1. That was the last episode. And now we are 21. There's your playthrough history of all the episodes of Comiholics.
And you know what? And you know, now that we're 21, now we don't really have any monumental occasions until 40. Really?
Until 40.
40? No,
you
30.
30.
Actually, for me, it was 31.
31 hit you hard?
30 was like breeze. 31, I hated something.
Really?
Yeah.
Because of 31 or because, like, your dog died that week?
Actually, I started noticing my hair going back a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because you
and
guys
I
see
got
this?
The white walls
well, see,
going.
that's why I got the buzz
right now.
Well, I got the buzz because
I saw that, and you rock it well.
Well, yeah, because there was a light bulb like this, and I was standing there, and my wife looked, and she goes, "Oh, look, I can see all the way to back here on your head." Because it's so thin, the light just travels right back through. I was like, I'm shaving my head. I was like, that's it. And she goes, "No, don't shave it. Your head's too lumpy." So I just go for that 1 centimeter cut and just cut it all.
Lumpy was called.
Oh, lumpy
right there.
Oh. No.
Lumpy, by the way, is Chewbacca's son. So anyway, you started to say something like 20 minutes ago or something. What was that about?
Just that we should recap the show.
No,
I
got some mixed up about some zombie stuff. I was thinking of the X-Files. Mulder and Scully were doing the. I thought it was 28 Days Later, but I could be mistaken.
No, they did.
They did 40 Days, 40 Nights. 40,
No.
Yes.
They did 40 and 40.
30 days later.
30
days of night.
30
Yeah.
30 days
Yeah.
of night.
We
X-Files.
got it! Yeah!
Okay, yeah. Okay,
Which
we
was a
cracked that
zombie
key.
reference. And
No,
Yeah.
vampire.
But yeah,
But I like
I got
30
those
Days
mixed
of
up.
Night. He hates
Yeah,
the
you
artist.
do?
Yes. He
You're
does
gonna
not
be
like
kidding
Sam
me.
Keith? Oh my goodness.
No. The
I
new
love
one.
Sam Keith. That's what drew me to Cowboy was Sam Keith.
There's no connection between Sam
Yes,
Keith and
there
Cowboy.
is. Like
no.
virtually almost
The only thing.
3/4 of everything he did for Neil Gaiman just looks exactly
No,
like Calvin
it
and
doesn't.
Hobbes.
The only
yes,
thing-
it does because it's those dark colors.
The only thing
It
that
drew
Sam
me.
Keith, the only thing that Sam Keith should draw is unemployment.
No,
He is the dirt worst.
Are you talking to Max?
Yeah,
Are you
Max
talking-
was god
no,
awful.
No, it was not.
It was terrible.
Beautiful.
The Frenchy guy in the beret. He can't draw people.
Whose
He
mind was
can't
it
draw
in?
people.
Do you know it to this day?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
You know whose mind it was in? The toilet, because
Ow!
that book is garbage.
Oh, yeah, we probably covered this exact same thing. We don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, especially like writers, directors, artists.
I apologize
So, yeah.
to Sam Keith if he's listening.
No.
I do not mean to attack you personally. Just don't draw anything anymore is all I'm saying.
No, this is a good wrap-up hour, starting with Cowboy, ending with Max.
I know I am not a fan of Sam Keith. Not a fan of Sam Keith.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Even his stuff with Sandman or Neil Gaiman and all that.
Yeah.
And Vertigo.
I don't like any of his
Man.
art. I've never seen anything drawn by Sam Keith and thought, wow, that looks great.
Cages? Did you ever read that hardbound?
Was that through Vertigo?
I might be mistaken, but maybe I think it was.
Didn't like it.
He did the writing and the art and it was very much like every Sandman cover you ever seen. It had little photography mixed in with regular writing. I know, but yet Cage's I thought was very well. I really did. Still goes back to Cowboy here.
No, it does not have any connection with Cowboy.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
It has some of that sparse
Well, I feel
drawings and
like
artwork.
ding,
So
ding,
yeah,
That's like saying, well, it was drawn, so therefore it's got a connection with the cave paintings in France.
No,
It tells a story visually.
No.
Well, you know, wait. Here you go. Look, if I open Cowboy, I see pictures. So therefore, it is just like Hustler magazine because there is skin.
Oh,
There is skin on the page.
That was dorkish. That was terrible. Oh man.
All right, well, the last portion of this, that I see the big squiggly lines on the monitor here, will probably be deleted.
No.
No, there was clean text. Everything was good.
There was no foul language. There's no reason to actually cut anything
I
out.
hope you didn't catch
Catch what? Catch what?
Nothing.
Catch what?
It was in a couple other photos.
So anyway, oh yeah, that was great.
Devil.
Cut off
my
here.
goodness.
All right.
but you know what? We love this damn show.
Are we coming back
21.
for another round? Are we
Hell
gonna take
yeah.
a break?
Okay, wait. Well,
Do you
no.
want it?
No.
No, we're done.
We
We're
are
done.
done.
Just
We
a
are not doing
two-parter.
it.
Just a
We're not.
two-parter.
It's like
I
a
didn't know if
12-part.
21. Are we gonna do like?
I don't know if
special
anyone's
three?
even listening still at this point of the show.
Oh, you know they are.
There's 2 people, and it's only because they're at work and they can't get to the controls.
No.
They turned whatever at their
Because
desk.
they told you that they didn't like what they heard. And
Right,
then you
yeah.
heard it.
And they want to hear what I'm going to say next.
Although all of Sam Keith's friends are going to be listening to this one, you got to find this guy and beat the crap out of him, Sam.
No, his artwork's great.
So anyway, he's the worst artist of all time.
Nah.
Now that we've gotten that out of the way, don't forget, if you want to hear more of this show, and I don't know why you would, just make sure you come to Comiholics.com, part of the Pop Culture Network. If you would like to leave us a voicemail, you can call our 24-hour voicemail line at area code... Go ahead, tell us.
217.
That's right. What's the rest of the number?
I don't.
217-953-4025. You can also send us emails at apocalypse@comiholics.com
Yes.
or dirt@comiholics.com. Don't forget to come by popculturenetwork.com. You can check out the other great shows we have about video games, about toys, about movies,
paraphernalia.
about... I'm sorry, what?
Buy our paraphernalia.
I don't know what that means.
That means like our swag.
Swag.
Actually, if
It's
you
less than kind.
if you want to
It's
buy,
terrible.
if you want to buy some Pop Culture Network swag, stop by shoppcn.com. If you want us to
Or if you're in Springfield, stop by the store.
stop by
Yeah, for sure.
Killing Enterprises,
Yes.
1021 Junction.
It's, you know
Circle.
what?
Just type it in your
I
GPS.
recommend it
There
to
doesn't
friends.
buy.
I recommend to friends, and they
Unless
go
you
in there,
ask.
they're like, "Oh my god, this place exists!" Like, they go in there like, "There's so much stuff in there, I don't even know what to
People-
buy."
The
People-
busiest intersection in the slowest traffic. What's going on?
Yeah.
What's going on?
People walk into our store all the time and they go, "Wow, I never knew the store was here. How long you been here?" Well, at this location, 4 years. 4 years? There's no way. Blah, 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 blah.
I know,
Yeah,
it's-
there's nothing in this town.
If you like toys, if you like pop culture, if
Video
you like
games, DVDs,
Yes,
CDs,
it's-
comic books,
yeah.
And Canadians like dirt.
I mean,
pocket knives.
we
got
are
some of
we
those.
are lucky that the mastermind behind all of this is such a gracious individual that lets us be a part of the Pop Culture Network.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. I'm referring to the owner, but as
Oh,
well as
that
you
guy.
too.
No, no, whatever.
You know, I just want to thank him for letting us be a part of this. It's Comiholics is a part of my life.
You're gonna start crying now.
That's special.
Hey, man, it's my 21st birthday, man.
Leave it
Come
alone.
on, man. I just love you guys.
And we appreciate all the fans. You know,
Both of you guys
all
are both
three of you.
tremendous.
The German guy, the Japanese guy,
And the
guy
12-year-old kid from Virginia.
No. Don't forget about that Polish guy over there. He's just sitting there.
Yeah.
So,
hey,
Apocalypse.
Kira Flarkin Gargan, we love you.
Apocalypse, what are your books? Highlights. What do you want to say bye?
Actually, tonight, Cowboy, I mean, I would buy it in a heartbeat.
Free comic day.
And yes, I mean, when you go find whatever comic book store is promoting Free Comic Book Day and pick up the Archaia hardcover. I mean, I think you'll thoroughly enjoy the Cowboy that's in there. I haven't read it yet, but I know that the hardcover I have is grand.
Good.
I wish I would have spent more time with the writer involved, but at the time I was a little discombobulated because I had experienced the previous experience with the other Archaia writer that I talked to. So I was like a little thrown back and wasn't myself. But we enjoy doing this show. Please give us feedback, positive, negative. We don't care. Communicate with us.
I think we are talking about the negative.
But that's okay. It's all good. I would rather hear you tell me you hate our show than not say anything at all.
Yeah.
I mean, because like you said, it doesn't matter. Positive, negative, it's all publicity. So
it means you're listening.
Yeah.
So, Apocalypse, your 21st highlight. Out of all these, what's your...
Out of everything we've covered on the show, what's the one thing that rises above everything else?
Like, are we talking about like a title?
Yes.
Title.
Sure.
I love Deadpool.
Nice. Okay, then it switches to dirt. Dirt. Okay. No, it's good.
Boy, it's really hard because we've done so much. But I think the one thing I'm going to go with right now is the Dark Crystal hardcover. Because that was
unexpected.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those things that's from your childhood, and you're always kind of afraid to go back to certain things. Labyrinth and Dark Crystal were like two of those movies that we owned a VCR. We got copies of those movies.
You recorded on HBO.
Yeah, it's like you watch it over. It's like
not that you would pirate HBO.
I don't have cable, but I've got a VCR, which means I can watch these same movies over and over and over again. You know what I mean? And it's like you're always afraid to go back to something. Like they make a sequel to something years later. Or even worse, they make prequels where they explain that the special powers are just amoebas that live in your bloodstream and stupid stuff like that. And Jar Jar Binks. So you're always afraid.
Dang.
You're always afraid to go back to something. And reading the Dark Crystal hardcover was just it didn't spoil anything, and it made it that much better.
Good.
Like, I can't imagine... Like, now, when I talk to people about the Dark Crystal, I talk about that hardcover as part of the storyline with people who've done nothing but seen the movie.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, you've only experienced half of it.
Yeah.
You haven't read the hardcover.
No. There's some truth to that, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that stands out as one of the most phenomenal things that I think has happened.
Good. Well, actually, the only thing I can say with, like, these three guys... one thing...
Three!
Oh, two. Three, me included.
I'm because you are here tonight.
The one thing I would say was the sword. And it was kind of neat to hear each one of your...
Because that was your recommendation,
right? Yes, it
that
was.
we read.
Oh, and we feed off of that. Like, we need that inspiration to be like... Because that's one thing we struggle with, and we wish we would get more feedback from our listeners.
Because we have had people on the forums.
Yeah,
Jansen is one of the users on the forums who has popped up and said, "Hey guys, what about this?" And we read it.
So please, if you're gonna get, if you are that one person listening at the end of this show, please give us feedback. Let us know what you want us to review. We'd be glad to either. And
if you're a publisher or creator or somebody, send us your
down
work.
With that, yeah.
We'll take a look at it.
Leda Mechanica. Did you send me that one?
We did review that one.
Oh my goodness!
What?
Lady Mechanica.
Lady Mechanica. We did it was like one of those what are you
that one?
Readings.
Okay.
That
one
snuck up on me. Oh my goodness! But yeah,
that's from Aspen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Dirt's dying.
I'm choking on a peanut.
And we're into the fifth hour of the show.
This hour. Welcome to our. This is episode 21. We're going 21 hours.
No,
there's hour 15.
This is like 2012 Stanley Kubrick.
This is like the early days of MTV, where they were just like, you got to fill 6 hours. Just go. We're on the air. We're on cable.
Do it.
Okay, wait. Random question. Okay, since we're randomly done with the show, let's just kill some time talking about random stuff.
Okay.
Because we're all old people. Do you remember the early days of MTV?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Like when you would turn it on and it was literally
Nothing but videos.
Well, no, they'd have the studio in New York that was
Yeah.
like a warehouse with like a staircase that went nowhere and a stage over here in front of a window that was just kind of hanging on a rope and nothing. And you just have some guy like, you know, Colin Quinn or somebody sitting there and be like, all right, what time is it? About 10 o'clock? Yep, Saturday morning. Don't forget, tune in tomorrow because we're going to have an interview with
It was like our show.
somebody. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because he's just like, he's half hungover, half high at the time or something. You know? And they're just like,
Not that we would ever.
no, we're not promoting it, but just saying.
we're going to be debuting a new show called Remote Control, so make sure you check it out. And can I have another?
Yes.
So there you go.
No, those kind of series, actually, The State, does everybody
Yeah.
remember them?
And what were we like? Dip is in pudding. It was like something pudding.
No. It was dip my balls in
I
it.
might dip my
Yeah.
balls.
He's the guy. He always had like 2 tennis balls.
Yeah.
And he'd go to the party and be like, "I'm gonna dip my balls in it."
But I think
I have
like
episode 1 of The State on my media site.
what I love about Comiholics the most is like what you were just pointing out. DJ House is like we just like something comes out where it's like, hey, how about this? And we all swarm on it and we all review it. And this is the beauty about our show. We do not script or talk about. It's like Fight Club.
This is
it's like
live.
Fight Club. We say, okay, we're going to review this.
Hey, you just broke rule number 1 and 2.
I don't know what you're talking about. I did not say that. We will fight about it later over a cracker.
But yeah, I mean,
no, like we don't talk about what we're going to review other than the titles.
because there are times like you'll call me
And
you'll
it's
be
like improv.
you'll call
You
me
know,
on like a Thursday or something. You'll be like, "Hey, did you read those books?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, I read them. They were pretty." Yes. Yes, I did.
Negative.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's like pretty awful, but we keep our mouth shut. So
it's like we try not to talk about it until we start recording, so we have no idea what the other person thinks.
because
about
we want the fresh to be, or we want the fresh to be show. We want the show to be fresh.
Wow. Have another. Pop over another PBR there.
We want the show.
I'm actually going to follow that with just saying that what we were saying earlier.
I love you.
It is very non-biased. It is open because one person may say like on the way the air bubbles are typed and how
Right.
it bleeds into something else, and the other person's going to say, you know what? Hey, it drew me in because the likeliness of the drawing or the likeliness of the artist. So.
Well, that's why.
And you know what? You picked up the exact
Cowboy.
book that I was thinking. Oh my goodness! It just something about Cowboy. Golly,
It's a
good book. Hey, buy it.
Yeah.
I don't care where you're at. Just go to your local comic book store
yeah,
and just
you
buy
might-
this. Supposedly, no.
All right, here, wait. Sell crack or heroin or your body if you have to raise the money to buy yourself a copy of Cowboy. And if it means uncomfortable situations where the man
Just close your eyes and think. Just close your eyes and think.
Happy thoughts.
I'm so much closer to
She
buying
loves
Cowboy.
me.
just
She loves
imagine
me.
you're on a raccoon farm and they got a little rabbit
Lips is going
and
from
just
my brain.
ignore everything else.
Not like Raccoon from Silent Hill. Not that Raccoon City. Different raccoons.
That was Resident Evil.
Resident Evil. Yeah, that one.
So back to zombies.
Yeah. Carl sucks.
All right, but
just put that kid in a kennel.
Those fans that have brought us together, I just want to say to wrap it up, thank you for listening. It's been a long haul, a lot of coverage. Good grief! If you were to like write out all the titles.
Wait, are we
that
breaking up? This sounds like a breakup show.
No.
Oh, let's look back on all
Yeah, it was
three.
so
guys,
good.
don't do
It was
shit
so
in front of
good.
me.
You know
Stop.
what? It's been a good run. It's been a good run.
We've had our fun. Now it's over.
No, you will see us till 50, maybe 75. You never know.
But I think we're gonna have to die at 120.
Right, 120. we
120. When this show gets to 120, it's time to cancel this show and start a new one.
You know, Dirt and I are very passionate about what we do. Dirt, thank you very much for creating my new obsession.
I'm all about the passion.
Yeah, he's like my pusher man. He is. He's the pusher
I
man.
literally sell you your comics.
Yes.
So
yeah, you are my pusher man. So,
how's
thank you.
Blackhawks, by the way?
I stopped collecting that, but he still puts it in my stack, and then I buy it
anyway.
Because I'm just like, oh yeah, whatever my stack is, pull it off the shelf, I'll buy it. And then I get it home and I flush through it, and I'm like, that's SOB. He threw another one in my stack. I told him to cut. He does it just to spite me, by the way. So
there are times I just drop random stuff in there.
We love you, Comiholics. And keep reading. We got a lot of material to cover, and this show is not over by far.
Hey, and don't forget, Free Comic Book Day is when?
May 5th.
May 5th.
Cinco de Mayo. Mayo.
Mayo.
Mayo?
Mm-hmm.
Is it mayonnaise?
Mayo. Mm-hmm.
Mayo.
Mm-hmm.
Mayo.
It's out there. Guys, don't forget everything that you heard, and the one epic
all
one
true.
that everybody wants to get is what?
Archaia, the hardcover. Go find it. You stand
Free
in line.
Comic Book Day,
want that.
hardcover. And if you haven't read The Valiant yet, you should check that out. If you haven't gotten Transformers Regeneration 1,
and
you
the
check that out.
DC, the new DC.
Yabba Yabba.
Actually,
somebody could. Oh
here,
my
take,
goodness.
Here, take that one.
Oh my son would love it. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I get more, man. First taste is free.
What I love,
this is gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you a little bit more than what you.
What I love is like my 6-year-old's like, who's Deadpool? And like I have to explain it to her. Like she's like
Hey, no.
It's a family affair.
Let's go back to Yo Gabba Gabba. I will give every reason to support this is from everything from my childhood and Devo up to the Aquabats. Oh man, these
Did you
guys.
see the Aquabats got their own show now?
What?
Yeah, it's called Yo Gabba Gabba.
No, the Aquabats have the Aquabat show.
Oh, they do?
Oh yeah.
What?
Oh yeah, they're superheroes.
No.
Yes.
Do they pull back the old character like
Child, please. Child, you gotta check out the Aquabats.
Happy
right.
21, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you from DJ House. You can get me at DJ House 1977 yahoo.com.
And you can reach me at Apocalypse at ineedcomics.com
Or Apocalypse at Comiholics.
or Comiholics.com.
You can catch me at the bowling alley. I'll be there Tuesday.
Yeah.
League night.
At 7:45.
Good.
I also hang out at the drive-in. They're currently not open, but I still like to go out there and just kind of chill out. You know what I'm saying? And then occasionally you find me at the mall, not at the food court, because that's where the Gestapo is. The food court. You gotta check me. I'm at Center Court getting a pretzel. Because
Dang,
that's where the cool
Gestapo.
people are, and that's where you can find me. All right, guys. Thanks for checking out the show. Then we'll talk to you later.
Bye-bye now.
Yo Gabba Gabba, thank you, Dirt. That is awesome.